Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 189. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined today, as always, by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, you're in yet another venue. People have been commenting, wow, are we doing so well that Chris can have multiple homes and apartments all strewn about the world? So where are you now?
Yeah, I'm in California having some talks with some pretty cool people. So that's I can't say much about it, but it's exciting. So that's really all I can say. But I'm operating out of a friend of mine's room right now. He's got a little bit of a studio. I got some like sound foam in front of me, so it's like the best possible place I can record from.
Cool.
Don't read into anything in the background. I'm not a Rocky person.
You're not teasing a Rocky video game of some sort? Like Phil Spencer?
Like no, not yet. Not quite.
All right, fair enough. Well, good to see you and welcome. And I like how your shot this week is a little closer, so you almost got like the 1984 kind of thing going on. Where your big brother and you're telling us exactly
we'll
what
put Chris above us.
Like
cover, like his head.
Exactly. Throw the thing at just like that old Macintosh commercial. Dustin, executive producer of Last Stand Media. Welcome. How are you?
I am very good. This week has gone by really, really fast, and I feel like I'm doing a million things at once. And then like you finish one, but then there's just a million more, which is fine. That's kind of the nature of the biz, but we'll see. Right now there's an impending ice and snowstorm. Again, another thing up here. It's just been raining all morning. They canceled school and nothing has happened, but apparently it's supposed to hit now. So I don't know. Maybe I'll be stuck inside for the next few days, but that's fine because it really doesn't change anything for me. So,
like, oh, darn.
Right.
I can't go out. Now, people often say, Colin, you're such an introvert. You're always inside. And I'm like, that's true. I like to be in my house, but very similar to Santa Monica. I go outside and walk around like every day. I walk my dogs and go about and do things. I think people kind of, they think that because I don't want to talk to anyone means I don't need to be outside. Those are not necessarily things are not necessarily exclusive to each other. So it's raining here. We have the same storm here in Central Virginia coming up, but it's too warm. I'm looking right now. It's like 50 something degrees. So
nice.
But it did snow here not too long ago, and it's been a weird winter, and I'm kind of ready for it to be done just so I can jump in my new pool and hang out with all the cool people that I'm friends with, which is no one around. So it's just gonna be me in the pool with Mike.
It's that whole thing started when I remember I was getting on the plane and it started snowing and I was like, oh my God, this cannot happen right now. Like this is the worst possible time. But I got out before any of the and there's supposed to be another one in New York kind of soon. So I kind of got out like right when everything got real shit.
Yeah, I was nervous for you actually because I knew you had to fly out. You got in between the two storms basically. That nor'easter was coming about and now we're dealing with this other thing. So anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't care about the weather. I don't go outside anyway. In fact, I've been looking into getting and I'm probably going to do it. I'm going to get solar panels on my house just because like that's economically smart. My neighbor did it and he's like, we don't have an electric bill at all. And I'm like, well, why would you not do that then? So, but just to be safe, I want to get like a natural gas generator, which just taps into the natural gas, and when your power goes out, everything still works. And I'm doing it less for weather and more for anticipation of the end times. Of course, if you just look outside and read the news, who knows if we'll even get Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2 by the time the world ends.
Yeah,
I don't know. All right, welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, our weekly PlayStation podcast. You can get it 3 days early and ad free over on patreon.com/laststandmedia, the biggest and most successful games podcast related Patreon in the world and in the history of the service. And we're so appreciative of that. I was thinking about this. I don't know how to exactly quantify it because I don't think we have all of the data. But if you include kickstarted video games and other crowdfunded things in the game space, and mixed in the popular podcast networks like Kind of Funny, Jimquisition's been on there a really long time, others, Easy Allies. We're probably all mixed up in this list of pretty popular products that are funded all by the fans. And it's a great honor because it's hard out there to make, a business out of candor.
Yeah.
A lot of people are kowtowing to companies and they're afraid to say what they need to say and they're boring. And we don't take it for granted that people go to Patreon and support us by the thousands, even though you can get most of the content for free if you just wait, and that you have many choices. So it's a great honor to us. Thank you for that. And so join us over there on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Of course, this gives you access to Sacred Symbols Plus twice a week as well, which is exclusive to Patreon. We roll some of those episodes out later. But we just did Sacred Symbols Cross Defining Duke, all 5 of us, for the first time, which was really fun. I had Vincent Genito on recently to talk about his Me Too movement. We did an episode, Dustin and I, about Bungie and the acquisition, which we're going to talk about much more deeply here on the show. I did one about unionization that just went up. I have one going live soon with the editor-in-chief of a liberal gaming publication. I have one going live soon with an expert on Chinese economic policy, which was awesome. I think that Chinese episode is maybe one of the best, if not the best episode of Sacred Symbols Plus so far. I'm really excited for people to hear it. It is really insightful and scary. And so I want people to check that out. The Jeff Ross interview is going to go live very soon. I have an episode about Christianity and faith in gaming. We just did one about GT7. There's a lot.
The Jeff Ross will go up as long as nobody fucking buys somebody this week or next week. That's the friggin' problem. Every time we want to release something, so, I'm going to buy a publisher. I'm going to buy Bungie. Take it easy. Take it easy, big companies, corporations. Stand down.
And the thing about the Jeff Ross episode, because I emailed him again just to apologize that it keeps not going up, is that I've been holding it because I wanted to go live on Tuesday, not Saturday. Typically, I put I don't want to say the less important episodes, but the episodes that might not hit as good as the bigger episodes of Plus, they go live on Saturday. I want the bigger ones to go live on Tuesday. But every time I'm waiting to hold his episode, then we get fucked. So I'm like, fine. We'll put it live on a Saturday. Fine. Sorry, Jeff. But a lot of good news in there as well. Wow, I got really incensed there for a second.
Ooh, yeah, geez, calm down, maybe.
Join us on Discord, of course through Patreon. Easy to do. A lot of people on there. Like, what is it, 4,000 something now? Yes. So thank you for that. And of course, Sacred Symbols 200 live in Richmond, Virginia. As we announced last week, it's going to be at the National in Richmond on Saturday, April 30th. We're having Snark Tank, Chris's comedy podcast, open for us, in quotes, open. We don't even know what that means, really. We're going to figure it all out, I think. But it's going to be fun. I'm really, really looking forward to... I have this really fun vision for what I want to do at the show for Sacred Symbols, and I'm really excited to see how it all comes together. But those tickets are going to go on sale imminently if you're just listening to this podcast when it goes live. But for everyone else, tickets are live on Patreon right now. So just go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. If you're a patron at any level, you'll get access to a post. In the post is a link. You click on the link and you buy your tickets. It's really that simple. You have to put a little code in too, but
at 1 p.m.
1 p.m.
Just because I know there's some people right off the cuff and they're going to be like, where's the tickets? It's like just 1 p.m. Eastern. 1
p.m. Eastern, February 4th is when the tickets go live. That will be an hour after the show goes live. So just go to Patreon, check it out. We really appreciate you. It's a much bigger show than the last one. The last show we did sold out in 30 minutes. I don't think that that's going to happen this time. I think we'll be able to satiate demand, hopefully. But, you want to act quickly. Of course, get your hotel and plane plans in line if you're doing any of that. Rental car, got to get your drugs ready.
Yeah.
And all this. What orifice you're going to put them in, et cetera, and so on.
Orifices, actually.
Orifices, yeah.
Plural.
So we're really looking forward to that. It's going to be, again, the top 25 PlayStation 4 games. We're going to rank them with you. It's going to be, I'm so excited about it. And so come join us at the National, a renowned venue in Richmond that 311 has played and many other bands, and that we have no business being on that stage. So it'll be a lot of fun for us. Topics of discussion. Chris, I wanted to know what you thought of this, and because it's about Dustin, and so let's hear about it. It's Jeff wrote in. Jeff with a G. By the way, there used to be a hockey player named Jeff Sanderson. He played on the Vancouver Canucks when I was a kid. I had his hockey card, and it was spelled Geoff, and I thought it was Geoff.
Geoff. And
so I kept saying Geoff Sanderson, and people used to make fun of me because like, it's Jeff, idiot, it's Jeff. And I'm like, why is it Jeff? It's Geoff.
It's a dumb way to spell Jeff.
Anyway, Jeff wrote in and said, "Dear Sacred Symbols." Wow, I'm really like, I don't know.
You got a short fuse today, man.
Dear Sacred Symbols crew, it seems quite apparent that something has changed in Dustin. Between the absolute roasting of Jaffe on Twitter, consistent defensive opinions on the podcast, and his overall change in demeanor and sassy retorts, Dustin has some major big dick energy going on. Is this change in Dustin good? Only time will tell. It may be time for another Twitter poll. This is, I've noticed this. Have you noticed this, Chris? I've noticed a bolder and a more forward Dustin that he's doing great on the show, but outside the realm, outside the boundaries of our show. David Jaffe made Twisted Metal and God of War, and our own Dustin Furman is roasting him with seeming impunity and also apparently making things up that other people say, which is what David Jaffe's, I think, claim wasn't it? That you said something, he said, then he says something, it's this like back and forth. Have you been bearing witness to it, Chris?
I have noticed it. I think it's a combination of toxic masculinity and just getting sued. I don't know. I think he's just comfortable now, except now you can't contain him. Mm-hmm. You know, he's like a what do you call that box from that Pandora's box?
Pandora's box. That's right.
Yeah, it's open.
Well,
it's done.
Hopefully he's not that evil. We'll have to see.
We'll see, man. You never know, man. It could be like Fable, where like as time goes on, you get you grow horns and your face gets all cracked.
Flies. Yeah.
So you have a je ne sais quoi right now, Dustin. I just don't know how do you feel about that? Are you invoking something unique and interesting in your life?
There's two sides to this. First of all, with the Jaffe thing, listen. Jaffe tried to publicly gaslight me in front of everyone, saying that I brought up the conversation about who's more attractive. The receipts are there. Just go look, that's fine. So, I'll let the audience decide what they want to think about that. Now, as far as my change in demeanor, it's not intentional, but I was thinking about this and I wonder if the Last Stand live event was my Joker moment when Chris roasted me in front of everyone. That's been brought up as a turning point for me. Maybe that was it. Maybe I got called little boy Dustin one too many times. And now I'm unleashed. Is this the real me? Is it not? Have I been infected by a symbiote? Now, my hair's getting longer.
Yeah.
Who knows? There's any number of possibilities.
You have Bully Maguire energy. Someone should, if anybody's out there if there's anyone out there listening who's like very artistically capable, I want a really detailed Sonic Unleashed cover art, but it's Dustin. And I
a hedgehog though?
No, you're you. You're you in whatever pose what Sonic is on Sonic Unleashed, and I want that as a poster right now. You have 10 minutes to finish it. Whoa. Go.
Wow. From the time this goes live or the time they hear it?
From the time they hear it. I'm going to check in with you in 10 exact minutes, and if you're not done, turn in your papers, pencils down.
Oh man, that just brings back such bad memories.
I know, right?
God, I haven't been in school in so long. It's been so long since I've had to do anything like that, even in college. It's just been so long. I'm so old.
And yet, it still punches.
Oh my God. Worse than anything. Just to dream about it all the time. All right. Snail Killer wrote in. It's an interesting name. Seems like a kind of a target that can't fight back, if I'm being honest. Yeah. He says, sorry to ask this here. Can you guys just give your thoughts on the Joe Rogan Spotify situation? I believe there's a time where they will also come for our games if this keeps up. Have a wonderful day. I wanted to ask about this situation because it is so notable. Mm-hmm. For people that don't know, I'm sure you all know, but Joe Rogan is a famous American podcaster and commentator, UFC commentator. He's a comedian. I'm sure you know who he is, but he does the most famous podcast, Joe Rogan Experience in the world. It's the most famous podcast ever. And the podcast is popular, I think, for a reason, because it hosts just a bunch of different random people. I've listened to Rogan for years, and I haven't heard most of the episodes, but I'm a regular listener because so many episodes go live, and I skip most of them. Whenever I see like blah 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 as a comedian, skip. That's like the one I always skip, or the MMA one, skip. But when I get to the science and the technology and the religion and all that, I like to listen to those. And he's been under fire lately. He obviously signed an exclusive deal with Spotify for $100 million. And he's been under fire for basically kind of just letting people say what they want on the show. It sometimes goes uncorrected. Most of the time it does go eventually corrected. Spotify has actually fully removed certain episodes of the show and actually put a COVID-19 warning on some shows. But a lot of people are talking about this as kind of an inflection point. And I think it's interesting because, in my opinion, it's the first time we see a situation where the company needs the person more than the person needs the company. Like, no doubt. Joe Rogan would... Can you imagine if Spotify fired Joe Rogan, how good that would be for Joe Rogan? If I were him, I'd want that. I'd want that. They'd have to owe him the money. And then he can just go and do whatever he wants. But I feel like this is a conversation about freedom of expression. And I don't want to boast our own show and myself too much. It's not what I mean. But some people say that we have a Joe Rogan-esque angle, especially with Sacred Symbols Plus on our show. I try to invite as many people as I can, no matter what. People that I don't like, people that I don't agree with, all the rest. And I think it's important, and I think it's why we do well. And I'm just curious if you guys have any thoughts on this. Chris, do you feel, to the question that I asked by Snail Killer, he says, I believe there is a time when they will also come for our games if this keeps up. I agree. I mean, I don't know if it's that literal and that linear, but I agree. And I think that at some point you have to draw the line. The same people that complain about 6 Days in Fallujah, same people that complain about jiggle physics or whatever in a Dead or Alive game, right? Whatever incidental thing, are the same people trying to cancel Joe Rogan. You can draw that Venn diagram as a circle. And so I feel like there is something to this, and I'm curious what you think.
Yeah, I think potentially. I think I'm a little conflicted on this, honestly, because I think Joe Rogan is so popular and so ubiquitously like as far as in the podcast space, especially, like his numbers are insane. Like they're wild. Dude, his episode,
just to be clear, one of his episodes does more traffic than Sacred Symbols does in a year.
Yeah.
And Sacred Symbols is the biggest PlayStation podcast in the world.
Yeah.
So let's just put that into context for you.
It's no joke, those numbers. Like I think he's by far in a way, like it's kind of like, do you remember how back in the day they had this list of top YouTubers and number one was I think Felix, PewDiePie, and then the second person was like I think like 50 million people behind him or something. It was like an insane like jump. It's kind of like that with Joe Rogan's show, where he's so far ahead of people and he has so many people listening to his show that I do think in some ways there is kind of an implicit responsibility that you should probably have with that platform to make sure that you're not like misleading people. But at the same time, I can't get it out of my head that he should be able to do whatever he wants. You know, it's kind of like this weird, I don't know. I can't even imagine having that scope of influence. So you have to imagine, even if when you consider just 7 billion people on the planet, you think 1% of those people are crazy. That's a lot of people. And if all those people are like taking your word as gospel, that's like some cult shit. And I could see that being like a huge problem. But I don't think I'm ever going to divorce myself from the notion of, you know, you should be able to do whatever you want with your platform as long as it's, you know, as long as you're not doing like crazy like Jared Fogle shit. You know?
Oh my God.
I'm just saying, you know.
Yeah, I
there's a line somewhere, I think.
Well, of course. I think I got to admit that part of my empathy, I think, for Rogan is not only that I'm trying to do something he does a lot worse than he does it, but that I've been on that show twice. And I know what it's like to be on Rogan's show. And I know how he operates because I did it for 7 hours, right, with him on live, looking right at him. And he really walks into a room and he really sits down and he really just starts talking to you. Yeah. And when you do stuff like that, it's bold and it's brave and it's interesting and it's going to come with mistakes. And people have to know what they're getting into. He's not claiming he's anything else. Just like 6 Days in Fallujah is not claiming that it replaces your history textbook. And
for sure. Yeah.
So I think that maybe I'm not going to claim I'm friends with Joe Rogan. I'm not, we're not friends. We're friendly. I mean, I know him, but I empathize with him because I kind of, you can get the feel for him. Everyone that meets Joe Rogan loves Joe Rogan. I don't know anyone that's been on that show that doesn't like him. Yeah. And that's because you get to know him and you get to kind of get a feel for him. And, Dustin, I wanted to just throw it over to you if you have any feelings on this too. I think it's worth talking about because I'm personally paying attention to this situation about who falls on what side. And I'm remembering. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to get involved. But I know you're a fan of Ethan, right? H3, for instance, Chris. And I noticed the side he's on. And I'm like, as far as me watching you, we're done. Right? Like, because I can't get down with that.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I should like I know Ethan. Like I don't really watch the show or anything.
Yeah, well, so I know that's what. Okay, fair enough. Like I'm not.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to disrespect him as a person, is what I'm kind of saying. I mean, no matter what you are, very similar to I think how you feel about Dave Rubin, right?
Right. Yeah.
And like Dave Rubin's a contentious person, but he's my friend. He's a personal friend of mine, and I have no problems with Dave Rubin. So. But I also don't pay attention to him politically. I don't listen to what he says politically because that's not like the realm we're in. But as I interface with someone like Ethan as a creator, I'm like, well, I can't. If you're going to kind of try to tackle a person for trying to do something like this, then your values are different than mine. Yeah. And
it is very weird. Like I don't understand that at all.
Yeah, and so because I want as many people to talk. I want as many opinions out there. I think the best way you combat someone like Rogan, they're doing Rogan a huge favor. Everyone, I imagine his numbers are just up and up and up and up and up because people are like, who's this guy? Who's this guy? Joe Rogan.
It's free marketing too. Like it's insane.
Sure. And it's easy enough because you listen to it, and no offense to Alex Jones, I guess, but it's not Alex Jones. You listen to it and it's not crazy.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
No. This just came into my head and I just want to mention it because like I haven't really been paying attention to this whole thing because I've just been like traveling and like kind of like talking to people, and I've been kind of like on a relaxation kind of mode / work. I haven't been looking at this Joe Rogan stuff as intently as a lot of other people have. But I noticed when it happened, everybody was like, "Oh man, I'm leaving Spotify because they have Joe Rogan. I'm gonna go get an Amazon Music subscription." It's like, what the hell are you talking? Like, oh man, Jeff Bezos has his below minimum wage workers pissing in bottles, but at least Joe Rogan's not there.
Right.
What moral is that? Like, it's so
that's again why I just don't choose to play these moralistic games, because it's the same thing with people going to Apple Music. It's like, oh, you mean Apple that uses parts in their phones that are definitely sourced from slave labor camps, according to NGOs around the world?
But Colin, Joe Rogan isn't there.
And indeed, Spotify, first of all, isn't even American, number one, which is interesting. I think they're Swedish. Yeah. And the second thing is that they're probably the smallest entity in all of these entities. You would actually probably want to root for them because they're the tiniest. And but so we're getting into the weeds. I want to jump over just to ask you, Dustin, how you feel about this, because I just feel like it is germane to our show in the sense that replicating Rogan's mantra for open conversation, open-mindedness. This is a man who supported Bernie Sanders, but also has vaccine skeptical people on the show. I think having a wide spectrum of opinions is great. And I feel bad for him. And I'm very interested to see how it falls, because as a consumer, first of all, I've been with Spotify, I think since 2011 or 2012, like a really long time, Spotify Premium. If they get rid of Joe Rogan, I will cancel it. Number one. Number two, and I'll just go to YouTube and I'll listen to music the old fashioned way for free. Number two, so that's like, to me, I'm like, try me like that. And I always tell people to put their money where their mouth is. And I'll be like, I'll just do it that way then. And that'll be the end of that. And number two is with Rogan is it's just going to make him more powerful and more interesting. And the only thing that we're missing from the conversation is Joe Rogan is completely indifferent to video games and just couldn't give a fuck less about them. And it's hard to show him that we are in our space kind of with him, because he doesn't care about this space. He's never, I don't think, done one episode about video games. If he does, he's done like one or two. I think maybe he had like Tim Sweeney.
He had the guy from Id on, right?
Yeah, that's
John
what
Carmack.
Yeah, John Carmack. But they were talking about VR, Carmack, I think.
I think if we did a Sacred Symbols episode that was just called Quake, look, it's Quake, he might pay attention because he's a Quake guy,
right?
But
that's about it. And I should say, I guess the attitude of going to YouTube is not even the right solution. Although I pay for YouTube Premium, so there's that. But maybe finding, like, going back to Pandora or finding some like budget or some boutique music service, because I don't know, man. I'm really bothered by this. I'm scared about what people just want to shut other people up. It's fucking crazy.
It is.
Yeah. Anyway, Dustin, I'm sorry. I keep talking. What do you want to say?
So, first of all, I think it's just important to say, you always have to say this when this type of situation comes up, is that Spotify can do whatever they want. These artists can do whatever they want. We are not arguing I personally wouldn't make a free speech argument about this, even though some people.
Oh, no, I wouldn't either.
Yeah. So I just want to make that clear right off the bat. But the thing that just is so funny to me overall is that the fact that the statements these artists have made have clearly not listened to the show at all, and many of the people that are making these statements have not listened to Joe at all. And it's just the thing that's the most obvious to me when you see this type of attack is a lot of it is being highlighted by big media outlets, and they think that it's a reflection of this corruption, this poison amongst our media, Joe Rogan. It's like, no, idiot. This is a reflection of you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Why are 11 million people drawn to listen to Joe, a comedian who is self-claims I'm an idiot, but is willing to have honest conversation with people over giant outlets like literally all of them, CNN, Fox News, whatever. It doesn't matter, left or right, whatever. There's a reason why people are drawn to that. So they can try all they want and try to take down Joe over and over and over again. It never works. I'm not saying it will never work, but Colin, like you said, if Spotify bends, it would be the absolute best thing that would happen for Joe, because he could just have his podcast everywhere once again, and he would get
his $100 million, because they're certainly not going to be able to weasel their way out of that. And it's very similar.
It would be just like that Ninja thing with what was that? What was that Microsoft streaming service? Mixer, yeah. When they paid him like a bunch of money to go on Mixer, and then they shut it down. Then he got all that money, and then he could just do whatever he wanted.
Right.
It's going to be just that again. And Spotify is not big enough really to. I don't think he's going to be kicked off of Spotify. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Spotify is too small to withstand that big of a loss. They're not Microsoft.
That's what I was reading too. Is that they are incredibly dependent on Rogan. They were saying that someone had put it in a piece I was writing, like an expert saying like Rogan is to Spotify as if Taylor Swift released a record every day. And it's like, that's nuts. That's so much money. And they were talking about other deals they had. Like they have a deal with the Obamas. That's like $25 million. That's not done anything. They have a deal with Prince Harry or something for, whatever. And like no one cares about anything but Rogan. So they're in between a rock and a hard place. And I like Neil Young. Like I like some of these guys that have been taking it to him, but I've been seeing a lot of tweets. It's true. Like the 60s were a lie. These people were full of shit. You know what song I was thinking about? I don't know what it's really about, but you know that Smash Mouth song? What is it? Something in the Sun. Walking on the Sun. And he says something like the hippie chicks were all hypocrites or whatever. Like there's some verse about how like everything that was going on with our parents was just full of shit, because when they had the moment to sell out and corporatize and make money and stuff, they did. And someone like Neil Young literally went on a freedom of speech tour.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. You can find pictures of it and posters, and I just feel like it's freedom of speech, freedom of expression. All these things are so vital to our industry. Video games are protected by the First Amendment. We know that. That's literal now. We know that for sure. But the way people play around the edges creates artificial rules that everyone has to play by. So a lot of what we talk about and we're going to talk about with Bungie in different ways, about rules that are set by others, and then you have to play by them. And anyone who seeks to erode conversation and open ideas is an enemy of me. I mean, I don't think we can play around and be hypothetical with that stuff anymore. Like you're not going to shut someone like Joe Rogan down, because then they're going to go after someone else and someone else and someone else. And you're right, Chris, anyone who survived, I know, because they tried to cancel me a few times too, not this badly, but if you survive, you're just better off. And so I think that Rogan is in a really unique position. I was disappointed to see him even say anything about it at all, because I was really loving how he just wouldn't say anything. He wasn't even acknowledging anything.
Yeah.
But he did. He finally said something. So anyway, I wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you for writing in about that. We obviously are for freedom of expression. You'll see the proof in the pudding on this show. Because not only do we all disagree, I mean, Chris and I will probably never vote for the same people for president, or very rarely would that happen. We might have voted the same way once, I'm
sure.
That doesn't really matter. That makes the content of the show better. And people that seek to only speak to other people that reinforce their ideas and their viewpoints and their worldviews are shallow and stupid. I don't want that in my life. We're not going to do that here. So keep an eye out for continuing conversations on Sacred Symbols Plus that prove the rule.
Yeah. By the way, pencils down on that on those Sonic drawings.
Oh my God! Yeah, that's right.
You're done.
Give us your Scantrons.
Scantrons.
Do they still use those? They probably do.
Probably. Yeah.
For most people, learning a second language isn't easy. In fact, it can be incredibly difficult because learning a new way to communicate gets at the very core of who you are and how you think. All of that needs to be nurtured and brought out, and the old way of learning languages, from formal textbooks taught by disinterested teachers, needs to stay in the past. Instead, I'd like to introduce you to Babbel, the esteemed language learning app that's garnered more than 10 million subscribers. The reason why is simple, as in simplicity. Babbel's brief 15-minute lessons throw bite-sized pieces of a new language at you in ways that are consumable and digestible. Better yet, while Babbel's competitors are widely written by AI, Babbel's lessons were handcrafted by more than 100 flesh and bone language experts. And since you can learn 14 different languages by using Babbel, including French, Italian, Spanish, and more, you have a great catalog of options when you choose to get started. Listen, I've been to Europe 3 times, and each time I stumbled my way through. Not because I was drunk, though I sometimes was, but because I went through hoping to encounter English speakers along the way. It's, if I may be candid, quite American. If I used Babbel before going to, say, Germany, I could have had a better grasp on the basics and maybe gotten more out of the culture in return. Meanwhile, when I mess around with Babbel, I find tools and options that were never given to me throughout years of learning French. There are stories and videos, even games and tech that help you nail accents and pronunciation. It's good stuff. And I really think that if you're motivated to learn a language, Babbel is a great tool for you to investigate. Right now, when you purchase a 3-month Babbel subscription, you'll get an additional 3 months for free. That's 6 months for the price of 3. Just go to Babbel.com, that's Babbel.com, and use the promo code SACRED, that's SACRED. That's Babbel.com with the checkout code SACRED. Learn a new language with the tools of modern convenience at Babbel.com with the promo code SACRED. Babbel, language for life. All right. Landon Hansen wrote in and said, "Hey guys, I became a patron last year after being enamored with the amount of quality content LSM produces. Since LSM has had its biggest year yet, we have, thank you. I imagine many new fans don't know the origin story of Sacred Symbols. Colin, what inspired you to return to covering PlayStation? How did you and Chris meet, and what led you to the decision to include him as your co-host? Where does Dustin fit into all of this? Thanks for the content. Have yourselves a wonderful day." I'm sure we've told this story in the past, but it is interesting to note that there are so many new people listening to the show that they really have no idea where it comes from. I imagine that was the same thing with Podcast Beyond back in the day and all these others.
Yeah.
I guess for people that don't know, I was internet famous in quotes for being a senior editor at IGN, and I basically helped pioneer and build the PlayStation coverage there. And Podcast Beyond was my show that I co-hosted. It still exists today. It's frankly a hollow shell of its former self. And so it's still out there as a brand, but it was this thing that we did, and we became popular and famous on the internet for doing Podcast Beyond because it just became this like zeitgeist PlayStation show, especially during the PSP, PS3, Vita era. And then I left and did another show at a company I founded called PS I Love You, which also still exists with a different cast. And then I found my way here. But Chris and I had met, ironically, for the first time at Dave Rubin's house. And do you remember that? Yeah. We had known and spoke to each other first, but I had gone over there for some reason, and you were there doing something with their producer or something. And so we met that way, but I liked Chris, and I was kind of following him online. I was familiar with him and his work. And when I started considering coming back to PlayStation coverage, I was just like, it would be interesting to have someone who's really not in the PlayStation space do it with me and check me. And maybe someone a little more on the, not the casuals, not the right word, like the more mainstream side, where like you're not spending all this time playing mercenary fucking Links or whatever it is I'm playing right now.
I guess like the content agnostic side, where like not so married
right.
to a single brand
right.
or an IP. Yeah.
And so I had left Kind of Funny, the company I've co-founded at the beginning of 2017, and I left originally to try to do some historical content. I had majored in history at Northeastern, as everyone I think knows, and I just wanted to kind of go back and see if I could do something with that. And I did, and I kind of satiated that side of me, but I found it quite miserable. I found anything touching politics just regularly made me miserable, and I just couldn't do it. And it was lucrative and it was interesting, and I had all these interesting opportunities. One day I'll tell you guys like the people I talked to and the things I could have done in that space, because I think people have been like, wow, that would have been an interesting turn for you. But I ended up getting back into games because people just pulled me back. And in the comment section of every video would be like, this is great, but, or some people didn't like it, but some people would say, this is great, but we really love you to come back and talk about video games. And I noticed when I left that there was just no one doing anything that I wanted to do, like that I was trying to do. And so the next year I came back. We launched in July of, I think it was July 2nd, 2018, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I know it was 2018 for sure. And I know it was summer.
Yeah.
I remember it was sweltering because I'd have to go to your place in Santa Monica, which was like a 40-day journey to there from where I was in Burbank.
I know, it's awful. I don't know why I chose to live in Santa Monica. I just didn't know at the time that it was the worst place to live if you want anyone to come see you. But yeah, so we got the show going, and there's a lot of little histories you can listen over time. But Dustin joined us as a editor in 2018, late 2018. Yep. And then full time, I think, in 2019, and then joined the show in 2021. But he's been behind the scenes since around the time Sacred Symbols launched, basically. So so that's how he fits in all this. And then we have other employees too. We have Ben Smith, who's our audio editor, and he's head of our event planning now, which is great. We have Micah, who's our coordinator, and she's going to get on more shows. That has been vital to me to do better episodes of Sacred Symbols Plus. We have a bunch of freelancers that work with us. So the enterprise has grown a great deal. And again, as we said earlier, it's because you all support us on Patreon. So thank you for that. I hope that basically at least gives you the Cliff's Notes of how we got to this point. Okay. Oh, Hassan Kahraman. Dustin, so you had tweeted out something about Hassan the other day. For people that don't remember, Hassan Kahraman is the purported head of Blue Box, which is the studio making that mysterious PlayStation game Abandoned that no one really knows about now. He had said on Twitter that he wanted to do Sacred Symbols Plus, and we were talking behind the scenes a little bit about it. But over the last few weeks, he kind of ghosted us. And then I don't know. I emailed him. Some stuff happened, and then I emailed him back and was just like, "Listen, dude." And this is just kind of being honest. If you want to have an adult conversation about what's going on with you and your game, like, we'll do it. And I said to him, I'm like, I don't think you've ever sat with anyone that really knows games, and I do. So come sit with me, and I'll ask the right questions, and we'll be judicious with your time. And I haven't heard back from him, but we want to just be clear about that. And I'll throw it to you, Dustin, just because. I don't want people to join up or think that they're getting something that's not that's not being planned. And people know me well enough to know that if I was having Hassan Kahraman on the show, like, and we had that planned, you wouldn't know until it was out. So, because that's how Colin rolls, and you all know it. The Jeff Ross thing is an example, is a difference, because we just wanted to tell you that it was coming, because it was supposed to be like a month ago that it went live at this point. Yeah. So, Dustin, do you have anything to add about that before we move on?
No, not. I'm trying to think if there's anything other than just the biggest point was that he had responded. So it's just so funny how these things happen. He had responded to somebody saying that Sacred Symbols was in the works well before it was planned out. And this was after the first time he had ghosted us. And like you said, Colin, the biggest factor for us was just we didn't want people signing up under any false pretense or anything like that, because that one tweet I got asked about 1 million times, and there were posts in various places about this tweet. It caused quite a stir. So Hassan is welcome to come on the show if he's willing to schedule it, but we are no longer pursuing this actively, just because the ball is in his court, and we're not, as Colin says, we're not going to beg.
Yeah, I said that to him. And I was like, I'm not begging you for this interview. Like, you're either going to do it or you're not. I respect you one way or the other. I think that, and one thing I said to him, which is clear, and I want to be clear about this to the audience, and I said this, is that it's time for you, Hassan, to take responsibility for what you have done to make this mess what it is. I'm just reporting on it. I'm not involved in this at all. The biggest culprit is you. Now, if you don't want to come on the show, that's totally fine, but I can guarantee you we'll treat you fairly. I'll ask the right questions. We'll be kind. The audience will make up their own decision, but we don't pussyfoot around things here. And I'm not dicking around anymore. And I really do think that there is more to this than meets the eye. I do. And so I want to talk to you, Hassan, but we're not part of an ARG, and we're not messing around with our own name and our own reputation. And that's it. So I don't want people to come in, because I'm happy if for some reason you subscribed last month and I see that you subscribed last month and you want to write in and say like, I did subscribe on Patreon thinking this was coming. I'll refund you and we'll take care of that.
Definitely. Yeah.
So just DM.
Yeah.
If you have that problem. All right, guys, let's talk about some video game stuff now. I wanted to acknowledge Nintendo today. We're going to talk about them a little later too, but Nintendo Switch has officially surpassed PS1 in sales. It is now at 103.5 million and is almost certainly going to pass PS4. It's been let me see. It's been about 5 years since Switch came out, and It's pretty wild, actually, almost 5 years. Chris, what do you think about the last 5 years with Nintendo Switch and this meteoric sales success that puts it at 103.5 million, outselling the Wii as well? This will, if you count this as a console, which I really don't, it is the best selling Nintendo console ever.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hell of a second wind after the Wii U for sure. Just to go from that thing to something this successful is pretty outstanding, and to get that many units sold in 5 years is a feat for sure. But man, it's so funny because everybody I know has a Switch, but we're never playing it. It's the weirdest. I guess it's because we also have other things, and we'd rather play on the 60 frame 4K machines that we all have for sure. But I can't deny, man, there's something special about Nintendo that just keeps people coming back. I don't know, that new Pokemon game is apparently very interesting, even though it looks like it's from 15 years ago. Animal Crossing was a phenomenon, even like early in the early days of the pandemic. So I mean, they have the content, and as long as they keep that content going, I don't see this slowing down anytime soon. And as much demand as there is for a new Switch, like a high powered, like proper, like Switch 2 or whatever the hell they want to call it, I don't even necessarily see that happening anytime soon either, just because the pandemic and all the the supply constraints and all that nonsense, and why even bother doing that when your software clearly sells, even though it's not hindered at all by the fact that it's ancient tech by modern standards. Like, it's doing better than the Xbox One did, way better.
Certainly.
So like in a fraction of the time. So not a fraction, but like half of the time. So I mean, you can't argue with numbers, man. They're kicking ass.
They're at something like 750 million software sold too, which is
absurd,
insane,
ridiculous.
I mean, that's a lot of games, and those games are often, I mean, there's a lot of indie games, a lot of smaller games, but a lot of those games are first party games, and a lot of them were sold at $60. I mean, this is a lot of money. Nintendo makes a lot of money. We're going to talk about them later because they are somewhat related to what's going on with Bungie, and that they're taking the exact opposite tact. And I want to talk about that, since it, of course, means that I've been exactly right the entire time about what I've been saying. But I want to ask you, Dustin, you're more of a Switch player than either of us are. In fact, I gave my Switch to my best friend Ramon because I'm like, I never play this thing, so you can have it. And he's fucking enamored with it. He loves it. But I never play it. So I played Zelda a little bit, probably 10 or 15 hours. I played Odyssey, which was good. I think overrated, but fun. And I played a couple of other like indie games that came to it. But otherwise, my experience with it is pretty minimal. My nephews have PS3, PS4, PS5, and Switch, and they're still totally obsessed and biased towards the Switch. And my brother, Dagan, his kid, Graydon, is just a total Nintendo fanboy. Like, straight up, just like I was when I was his age. It's actually quite fun to watch because I was like, oh my God, I would have been I was all over Nintendo when it wasn't cool. It wasn't cool at all to be all over Nintendo in 2002 or 1997 or even 1994, really, And if it was like it was now, I'd be, oh my God, I'd be gushing. So it's a really wonderful ecosystem that they've created. And with PS4 at I think 117 or 118 million, it's going to get passed. The only thing Nintendo has sitting in front of it that will probably remain the best seller is PS2 at 152 million. But now all it has to compete with in sales is its own handhelds. I think this shows above all else, though, Dustin, that I really think Sony is silly to leave this hybrid idea on the table. And Nintendo does this with no Call of Duty. They do it with no whatever, like lots of different big games. And I think that, I don't know, I don't understand why they're not more heavily aggressively going after this.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about Nintendo to me is it's just the proof purely that software is king. The games are king. It's not necessarily how great the graphics are, if it's native 4K, if it's whatever, how many features does it have. It at the end, it's just the games. That's what really matters. And that discussion is always interesting too, because there's some core gamers that the thought of Nintendo's success just purely enrages them because those games don't appeal to them. And that's completely fine. You know, not everything is going to be for everybody, but I absolutely love the Switch. Like Chris said, I go through phases where I don't play it much at all, and then there's times where I play it a ton, and I love that about it. I love that that's where that device fits into my life. And you know, Nintendo's not perfect by any means in a lot of ways, but as far as Sony and the hybrid thing, it's I don't know if Sony can do it at this point, just because with the VR pillar kind of replacing their mobile pillar, I don't know if they could stretch it out that much. And then the other thing is just that, I don't know, it takes so much commitment. Sony has shown that they are just not, I mean, look at Vita. I just don't know if they can do it after Vita and have success. But we've talked about this idea of like making a PlayStation, some kind of console that is like a PlayStation 4 that is portable at this point, if they can get that tech into that size. But who knows? With the upcoming Steam Deck, I think that's kind of the real competitor as far as the Switch is kind of a catch-all for casuals, and you get some hardcores in there or whatever. Steam Deck is a hardcore gaming device for hardcore gamers. If they latch onto that, then I think that you very well might see Sony kind of dart its eyes a little bit, thinking, what could be?
Yeah, I think so too, and I think their salvation might just still be through DualSense used on any device, phone, tablet, TV. Maybe. I don't know what they're doing, but I feel like Nintendo. I feel like you can't. I have a lot of respect for Nintendo. If it wasn't for Nintendo, I wouldn't be playing video games at all. None of us would. I don't think. But Nintendo is, as you said, Dustin, or implied, a certain kind of company with certain kinds of games. And I don't believe in a future in which they don't have some sort of dominant place at the table, because Nintendo, the industry without Nintendo, kind of like when we saw Wii U, that wasn't a great era for video games. Like when Wii U and 3DS even, which was still successful at 75 million, I think. A weak Nintendo, I think, weakened the entire industry. So a resurgent Nintendo and a dominant game-centric and games-focused Nintendo, I think, is good for everyone. But I don't think it can be understated that Nintendo has sold this many units in part because of, I'm not saying in totality or even mostly because of, but in part because of they have no competition. And I don't think that that's talked about very much. There is no competition. If they're playing in a different space, which a lot of people say that they are, then there is no competition in that space. Because what they're implying is that the other space is the gaming space, like PlayStation and Xbox. So there is no conflict with them on the corporate level because no one's making anything like them. And I agree with what you said, Chris. I think maybe Moore's Law said this. I don't know, though. I don't remember. It was something like, I thought that the Nintendo plans about a new Switch kind of got like pushed or scrapped or something like that because of what they're seeing. They're going to need a new one, no doubt. I mean, but who knows when we're gonna get it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's very impressive. Very impressive. I remember when they named it, I was like, that is the worst name ever. Thinking I will never get used to that name. It's just horrible. And of course I was wrong.
Yeah, there you go.
There was a Gran Turismo 7 State of Play. Game looks beautiful. I just want to let everyone know it's there. The big news out of it is that online connection is required to play GT7 no matter what. I don't know that it's that dramatic, but that's something interesting to note. Did either of you scrub through this thing? I just scrubbed through it and looked at it. Chris, what do you think of Gran Turismo 7 if you got a chance to look at it?
Yeah, I mean, it looks great. It looks beautiful. It's a car game, so I don't know what I can really glean out of it. Like, I like Forza Horizon. That kind of opened me up to it. So I'm looking forward to play it, but it's not like there's much, you're not gonna get Gran Turismo spoiled for you, So I feel like it looks cool. The always online thing probably would have been a bigger deal if this was, 2013 when people did not appreciate that terminology. But I don't think that's a big deal now. I feel like most people are constantly
who's not online? That's what when people bitch about these things, Chris, you're totally right. Like I'm always wondering who amongst you isn't online? What is the big deal?
The worry, though, is that these servers will eventually come down and then you will never be able to play GT7 again.
They would certainly. I mean, this is such a weird worry, though, because as they'll patch it. And I understand you say, like, well, if I have the disc without the patch, it's like, but that's so unrealistic. You're going to find a PS5 and then just put Gran Turismo 7 in it. And that's just going to be the end of that.
But what if no one's going to do that? What if Jim Ryan is like, Gran Turismo 7, nobody wants to play that. Look how dumb it looks. Go play Gran Turismo 8 in 15 years. Who
wants to play that? It's one of the great quotes of all time.
I think it's a fair concern, though. If you look at the graveyard of games that you can no longer touch, there's quite a few. And I guess that, there's an argument like, well, no one cares about certain games that are in that graveyard, but I don't know. I am a firm believer in the preservation of all games, good or bad. And you're probably right that maybe sometime down the line they will fix it or patch it so it's not online only, so it can live forever. But I don't like trusting Sony or anyone to do that. I don't know. I believe in keeping games around as long as possible and making it have an online check. Not good for me.
I think that's very compelling, but but I will note that think of the use case. Just as like, let's get rid of just I don't want to say the outrage. None of us are outraged, but just we're criticizing this thing, right? And that's our instinct, is to criticize. And I get that. But who is going to buy a PlayStation 5 and a copy of Gran Turismo 7 and never put it online? If they're going to do that, that's weird. That's weird because it's made to go online. I'm not saying the game isn't, but the machine is supposed to be connected to the internet. Even if you live in the middle of nowhere, you can still use a satellite connection to at least ping the PSN. That's not going to be a problem. Soon Starlink is going to take care of a lot of this stuff too. So I don't know. I think the only use case I can imagine is if you have a PS5 and Gran Turismo 7 and no ability to ever get it online, then I guess this is going to be a problem for you. Because I do believe that if and when they shut GT7 down as like a supported game, they'll just give it a legacy patch. I just can't imagine. I don't share this particular concern, but we'll see. Discord. Dustin, let's stay with you. Discord cross PlayStation begins rolling out. I connected so I wasn't going to do it because all you have to, you connect your PSN account to your Discord account. But then when I logged into Discord, I don't know if it just knew that I liked PlayStation or if it's just asking everyone, but it prompted me to connect. It was like, do you want to do it? And I was like, oh, okay, I guess so. This is all I have to do. And then I just logged in and that was the end of it. But I don't know what else that means for me. So you're a Discord person. You're a fan. I'm a fan of it too. I'm getting to really learn the platform more and understand it more because I'm very dumb. But what do you think of this this beginning of what will mature into probably a pretty important relationship for PlayStation?
Yeah, it's a good first step. Basically, all it does right now is to my understanding, if you connect it, then when you're playing something on your PlayStation, it will display under your username on Discord that you're playing something. So everyone was pointing out that I was playing Dying Light 2. Everyone was I don't know. I would say it was being a little nosy, but then I was the one who made the connection and then thought,
you're
that does that.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, it's a nice first step. I think that it'll be really exciting once we actually get an actual Discord app on the console itself, and then so you can start doing cross-platform voice chat and stuff like that. That's going to be where the real exciting features are. But you got to start small. So it's good to see that we're moving in that direction.
Yeah, I agree. When I saw that from because I don't understand, literally, I don't understand anything about technology. So when I read things, I have to read them like 5 times. And I was reading the thing and I was like, so literally it kind of just acts as like a way for people to see what I see on PSN. I think that already happens, as we noted with Steam and everything. So
right.
It just seemed like incidental. But my hope is that now that I've connected it, whatever future use will be kind of more automatic for me. Chris, did you log in and tie these two together?
No, not yet, because my PlayStation login info is all screwed. I don't know what the hell, man. Like the app just does not work for me, even though I know it's like the right password.
Well, there is weird stuff with 2-factor authentication that does break some stuff. Specifically, I know that's true with like everything on Vita. So you might be having something that might have a problem.
Yeah, probably
a problem for you too.
Yeah, because I was talking to you guys about like trying to get Dying Light 2, the code that we got working, and I was like, I can't do it until I get back, basically, which sucks because I have a PlayStation here, but like it just the login it doesn't fucking work, and I know it's the right one. It's baffling, but I haven't done this yet. But I do share kind of like the hopefulness of that this is like one step towards this future of cross-platform voice chat, which is that is such a huge. I don't think people are really aware of how convenient that is going to be. Like, because I think we were all kind of used to like, oh, we'll just pop on Discord on PC or whatever, and it's like that's convenient. But like the second you can do that from a console, dude, the second you can talk to people on your couch, and it doesn't matter if they're at their PC or at their Xbox or whatever, that's going to be really, really huge, and especially in this kind of glut of cross-platform, cross-progression games, like it's gonna be huge, way bigger than I think people are giving it credit for. So hopefully this is a step in that direction, and I assume it must be, because why else would you have this functionality?
Yeah, this investment that Sony made with Discord is wise. I just think that's obvious. When I don't understand something, it can go either way. Either I don't understand something because it makes no sense, like NFTs, or I don't understand something but clearly there's more to it, like Discord. And it was only recently, especially with game development over at Lilymo, it's turned into like this amazing tool. I know it's not unprecedented. There's Slack and all this other shit. We used to use something called Yammer at IGN. I don't even think that exists anymore. Microsoft actually bought Yammer a long time ago. I don't know what they did with it, but so it's not new to be able to talk to people instantaneously and have all of this, but I've just found it really useful for content planning, to talk to all of the people in our company, to talk to the people working on our various games. We have different channels for our different games so we can keep all the notes straight. I don't know. I'm an antisocial person in a lot of ways, so I think it just takes me longer to not embrace to embrace rather these really important things. And as you said, Chris, this is maybe being understated how important it is for people to be able to talk across platforms. So we'll see. Don't let my rugged good looks and mannish appeal betray you. I don't do much by way of skincare, or at least I typically don't, or hadn't until I ran into Curology. No, what I typically do is wash my face with bar soap and slap on some store-bought lotion, and you know what? That's all fine and good. But what Curology taught me is that with a little more effort and attention, I can achieve better results when it comes to my skin, and so can you. There's a reason why Curology is so appealing. It's ultra easy skincare that's actually made for your skin. You'll get a custom prescription cream made for you by a dermatology provider for your specific goals, whether that's tackling acne, clogged pores, skin texture, dark spots, fine lines, or something else. You start by taking a short online quiz, and if it's a good fit, they'll ship you your formula right to you. Now, for someone so chaotically busy, I'm also chronically lazy. I don't like throwing new things into my routine. So what I especially dig about Curology is how easy they make it. They almost dare you not to do it, because it's that basic to get going. I received both a cleanser and a lotion, using the former in the shower and the latter thereafter. It should go without saying, but the difference is clear, pardon the pun. There's no comparing my beloved Dial soap to Curology. One's been made the same way on a conveyor belt for like 100 years. The other was handcrafted for me by a professional based on the feedback I provided. And like anything, the more honestly you answer your quiz and the more effort and consistency you put on display with your product, the better your outcome will be. If you're looking for a better way to take care of your skin, I truly believe Curology is for you. So give it a try. Get started with Curology just like I did with a free 30-day trial at Curology.com/sacred. Just pay $5 for shipping and handling. That's Curology.com/sacred. Curology.com/SACRED to start your free 30-day trial. Cancel anytime. Prescription subject to consultation. All right, I wanted to, before we get into what we're playing, bring up one more small news item, which is about It Takes Two. I know you guys are both fans of this Hazelight developed game published by EA.
Absolutely.
Turns out, according to Variety, an entity that we bring up sometimes, DJ2 Entertainment, has the rights, I guess, to adapt It Takes Two for film and television. And that's all we really know about it right now. There's really nothing else to say. What do you think of this, Chris? Do you think this will translate well into TV or movies? I feel like, in my opinion, I didn't play It Takes Two, but isn't what makes it special that you play it with someone? Isn't that the whole thing? Otherwise, it's just a story about two people getting divorced, and we have a million of those. And that's also my life. You know, I don't it's my childhood.
I question this. This is a little confusing because the narrative is arguably the weakest element of It Takes Two. It's not like these characters aren't particularly, I mean, like the two main characters are somewhat endearing by the end, but that annoying book annoying book character is like, I don't want to see more of that, like in a slice of like villain of the week episodic TV series. That sounds horrible. I don't really understand the goal behind this. A lot of the magic of It Takes Two is in playing it with somebody and in just seeing how many different styles of gameplay they can emulate and do like really, really well. Like it's such a shockingly good game from like every way you look at it. Like there are sections of that game that play unlike anything in the rest of the game. Like you just have, hey, here's 10 straight minutes of this exact like hyper specific gameplay loop, and then it's gone. It just continuously like is always moving forward. It's a fantastic game that I recommend. Best co-op game I've played for sure, like without a doubt. And I just don't see how this translates to film and TV. Like I just. It's like the Tetris movie that was rumored back in like the early 2010s. It's like that's such a gameplay focused game.
Yeah, what could you like, so that's like, this is what I keep telling people. There are more people than you think. You would be surprised by the amount of people that are in these rooms that do not understand video games, that do not play video games. They see a thing like Tetris that anyone with 2 fucking functioning brain cells could tell you couldn't work as anything but a video game. And they're like, no, we'll license that. Yeah. And the people on the other end are like, fine, you can license Tetris. Good luck doing something with that. And when you see like the picture you shared of Jim Ryan holding the controller, Dustin, is so funny because that's not how anyone holds a controller. Who is holding the controller like that? And you know what it reminds me of is that I did this show at IGN. It was actually on Fox. Jessica Chobot hosted it. It was like a buyer's guide for 2007 or 2008 or something that we did at IGN. It was just on like one random Saturday when we were owned by Fox on Fox. And so there's just a shot of me that they had me hold a controller, an Xbox controller, and just pretend like I was playing it, like looking at something. And then they're like, oh, it's not in the shot. Hold it higher. So they had me hold the controller like here while I was playing, like sitting on a couch playing. And I'm like, no one holds the controller like this, right? And they're like, yeah, but it won't be in the shot if it's not like that. It just reminds you of that. It's like, you guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What do you think of It Takes Two coming to TV and film? Do you agree with Chris's pessimism?
Yes, 100%. In fact, I think that the story and characters, they're not bad. They're at points annoying, though, to me. And again, it's not bad, but it is the part of the game I liked the least. So this has absolutely no appeal to me. And it's interesting that it's this game after the fuck the Oscars rant, just because, he talked about how video games are the better medium for expression, and it's like, oh, which maybe it's not his choice. Joseph Fares, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think it probably has something to do with them. I don't really know what their relationship is in terms of IP ownership. It could be something like Microsoft, where the EA is just helping them publish these things, but they can do what they want with the IP, very similar to Titanfall or Mass Effect. The original Mass Effect, of course, was funded by Xbox in part. So, and we ultimately got that. So I don't really know. I don't blame them for chasing the money. It's like I said, if I were Joseph Ferris, I'd be like, yeah, do whatever you want. But they're going to pay me for this license window, and you can do whatever you want with it within that window. It's fine. And it's the same thing if I was Pachinov or whatever, the guy that owns Tetris. I'd be like, yeah, okay, make a Tetris novel for all I care. But on the other end is a bankruptcy of creativity drawn by people with too much money that do not know anything. And that's the thing I'm concerned about.
Here's the idea. Sacred Symbols, the movie. Let's license this shit now.
We made it into a game. We can do it. You know?
Yeah, we could get the movie. We got to just figure out.
Sense, but I did it.
That's not the point. You know, it doesn't have to make sense. We have a valuable brand name with Sacred Symbols.
Right.
Let's get a movie going. I don't know who we got to talk to. Get the cast going. This could be. I think I'm onto something here.
Let's see if we can sell our podcast to Microsoft for $6 trillion.
Oh my God, I would sell Microsoft in 2 seconds. People would be like, well, at least it wasn't, because then I can go to people and I'd be like, at least it wasn't 10 cents. And then I can go away and live in a mountain somewhere and be done with everyone. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's what everyone, be right. At least it wasn't 10 cents. And now Sacred Symbols is owned by Netflix or something like that. God, I'm real ornery today. What's going on with me? Huh?
Oh, I never liked that word. I hate that word so much.
Yeah, it's not a great word, but
ornery.
Yeah. It's not a great word. Totally forgot to put this in the show. Wanted to put it up earlier. My sister, Allie, of course, friend of the show, family member, sibling. She runs an online shop, very well respected here in Virginia, AllieandAyla.com, ALIANDAYLA.com. It's jewelry, mostly earrings and other stuff. Use the code LSM for 20% off. I'm just doing this as a favor to my sister. It's Valentine's Day almost. So don't fuck up. Go order. All right, back to the show. All right, let's talk about, we're into the show or so. It's time to talk about the games we're playing. Chris, let's start with you. It says you're here playing Death's Door.
Yeah, so obviously I've been traveling. So I haven't had access to my PlayStation, even though there's a fucking PlayStation in the it's so frustrating. But all I really had to play really was Death's Door, because I made, I think, a wise decision in getting it on the Switch, which just feels like a really good portable game. I'm still playing that. I'm enjoying it a great deal. I kind of forgot, because I touched it a little bit back when it first came out on PC, and I was like, yeah, this is fine, but it feels really at home on like a portable display. There's something about it that's like a lot more compelling to me personally about it. I feel like a lot of the, 4K and, it's a lot of it's kind of lost on a game like this. And it's fun, man. It's really charming. I love the art design. I love this little bird character. I'm getting into it. But
I like the bird a lot.
Yeah,
that was the best part for me. The character.
The bird is the best.
Yes.
But yeah, I haven't really had much time to play anything else. I would love to. I would love to play a certain game that Dustin's playing, but I can't. So I'll make do with Death's Door. But it's a worthy companion game for my travel period. So
fair enough. Dustin, let's kick it over to you. You seem to have had a busy week here with a trio of games to discuss.
Indeed. I've been playing quite a bit recently. I'll start in a different order than I've listed here. First of all, decided to pick up Pokemon Legends Arceus. And this is one that I refused. I wasn't just going to pre-order and go out and get it. This has been my stance with Pokemon since Pokemon X and Y. I don't think I've bought a Pokemon game since X and Y, other than the remake, the Hey You, not Hey You Pikachu. That's the N64 game. The whatever you got.
Let's Go Pikachu.
Let's Go Pikachu. That's it. Yeah, I played.
I'm just going to stare at you. I don't know the answers to these questions.
I don't know either. They all blend in my mind. So anyway, there's
nothing there when you ask me about that. You know?
Sure, that's totally fair. So I've been avoiding Pokemon for a while just because I've been so sick of the formula. I think the formula is great. I grew up on it. I played many of those games, but I've had enough. And so this one, with the reviews acknowledging some of the technical issues and whatever, I gathered that it was different enough to intrigue me. And so my horrible analogy in my mind after playing it for a few hours is that think of Pokemon like pizza, and throughout the years we've gotten a regular pizza, bagel bites, strombolis, whatever. It's It's different forms, but ultimately you wouldn't want to eat it every day because it's the exact same flavor. Pokemon Legends is a taco pizza in that the format may be familiar, but the taste is different. And I'm finding myself very charmed by this game. The focus on catching Pokemon is elevated extremely. The world looks like balls, no doubt. This game looks like this game. I don't know what happened over at Game Freak. It is not necessarily a looker, but as I said earlier, gameplay is king. And I'm not saying this game's a 10 out of 10. I'm not even saying it's a 7 or 8 out of 10. I don't know yet, but I'm finding it very charming. I am enjoying it, and I'm glad to just be in the Pokemon world once again, being such a strong part of my childhood and something that I put on the shelf for many, many years. To be going around catching Geodudes feels good. Yeah. So I will update as we get more into that. I'll let you guys know.
This is my Geodude. I can't. I'm not in the.
Oh yeah, like this. Just a ball.
I was actually looking into picking it up.
Yeah, it's
just because I haven't played since Silver and Gold. Woo. So like it's
that's a good one.
It's been a minute.
A long time ago. Silver and Gold, Game Boy Color, right?
Yeah, that was before Game Boy Advance. That was the last time. I think those. Yeah, I played Yellow, Red, and Blue, and I was like, those were fun. And then I played Gold and Silver, and I was like, these were fun, but it was also the same. I think I'm done. And then, right. Like, I don't have the money for this. And, but this one looks different enough that I'm actually kind of curious. And I Pokemon was really big for me for like a hot second there. And I'm not going to lie. It's been piquing my interest. So maybe I'll jump in.
I think if you have the right expectations of this game, I think that's fine. The problem is, of course, I mean, the internet, it's like, this is 10 out of 10, the revolution that Pokemon needed. I'm sure this is dog shit that looks like balls, which it does. No, and you should skip,
I'm sure it's
somewhere in the middle.
Fine. I'm sure it's fine, and I'm sure it'll be like a charming little game, even though it looks like it was built on a Motorola Razr. I'm sure it's going to be very, very satisfying. Colin, I've never seen anybody's eyes glaze. So look, you had glaucoma for a second when he was talking about Let's Go Pikachu. I just a fog in your eyes, like so much I've never seen.
I don't know, man. I loved Pokemon when I was too old for a Pokemon the entire time it existed, basically. Maybe not when the first games came out. I was in 9th grade, but I really loved Pokemon. I have great memories of playing it, and I played all of them. I played Red, Yellow, then I think I had Silver, then what was it, Ruby, and whatever, so on and so forth. And I played all the way through Platinum, and I actually wrote several strategy guides, like big strategy guides for these games. But Platinum is what broke me. I'm like, I just can't do this anymore. I was like, what the fuck am I doing over and over and over and over? And it's just, at some point, there's just nothing appealing about it, and to me. And I'm glad that they're doing different things. I always liked how they tried to do some different things. You had Pokemon Stadium, you had Pokemon Snap, you had Pokemon Pinball. Remember that one on the Game Boy Color? There's a bunch of things that they tried to do, but it's just, to me, that IP is just devoid of any meaning to me anymore. It's too big. There are too many. You can now start putting up these cute creatures and tell me like these are Pokemon, and I'm like, all right, I believe you. I don't remember any of the Pokemon after the first 200 of them or so, but I'm glad people are out there enjoying it. It's just there's an undeniable crack addiction type thing going on with Pokemon. There's just, I get it. It combines everything that gets people: collecting, and cuteness, and accessibility, and color, and I don't know.
It just takes one whiff and you're back. You got to be careful. One little.
Some of those designs are getting a little wild though. Like, I mean, I don't know. You could put like a vaguely animated Gary Coleman in a Pokemon game, and you'd probably be convinced that it's like, it's
well, yeah. What else are they going to do? I mean, they're running out of things to do,
or whatever.
Yeah, they're running out of things to do, and that's how we got things like that was early on, Mr. Jinx, the blackface one.
Oh, that's not Jinx. Oh, wait.
It is
Jinx.
It is Jinx.
Yeah, just totally. I'm like, this is totally just a man in blackface.
Trudeau. Yeah. Don't act like we're not going to acknowledge that. Wow. Yeah. All right. We're banned from Spotify now.
Yeah, whatever. What else are you playing?
I'm playing the Uncharted Legacy of Thieves collection. I paid the Jim Ryan tax. He came knocking at my door. I handed him the $10 begrudgingly, and then he said gamer time and ran away. So this is a great upgrade. I'm not going to celebrate this. Yeah, exactly like that. Exactly. Wait, hold on.
This is how he holds his controller. Yeah,
like that. I'm not going to celebrate the $10 upgrade, but I will say that it is a very good upgrade. I think there's a limited time that if you get the upgrade, you get a free ticket to the Uncharted movie.
Oh, nice.
Which that was what I was like, okay, fuck it. I mean, I'm going to go see this damn movie, whether, I like it or not. So I might as well just get the upgrade and get the free ticket. I have to shout out, of course, the Performance Plus mode that the game runs at 120 frames per second. It is 1080p, but it still looks really good. And it's just so smooth. I love seeing stuff like this. So it's a great upgrade. Again, not supporting Sony's nickel and diming, but if you're curious about the quality, it is very high. Last but not least, Dying Light 2. I've been playing this not as much I would have liked. I think I'm maybe 5-ish hours in approximately. And so I don't want to get into it too much just because there's a lot of reviews. Like I would recommend checking out Maddie's video and people that have played the game much longer than I have for takes about if it's good or not. Specifically, I do want to address that the situation with bugs overall, and that I have experienced even in the short window that I played the game pre-day one patch, a few major bugs, a few crashes, stuff like that. But this is a weird situation we're in with this game where the reviewers played it pre-patch mostly, and now the patch is out. And so I don't know whether it's complete, like if it's fixed in a better shape than it was when I was playing it earlier this week. I don't know. So, and it's also the other thing that just is so annoying, and I know we have the platform here to say it. So if there's any publishers out there, the tiered release of your reviews, the tiered embargo thing sucks. Stop doing it. And it feels unfair to the content creators when you're letting the big outlets go first. And then some content creators, which arguably get more views than the big websites, go second. It sucks. So other than that, though, I am enjoying it. I'm curious what the hardcore Dying Light fans will say, because it is very, very RPG heavy. And I know that that's kind of a bit of a change up from the last one. But I'm really curious, Colin, what you'll think about it overall. But I don't know. I wanted to acknowledge that I've had some bugs, but there is a patch. So I don't really, my hands are kind of up on whether or not that's going to be an issue for the people going out and playing it.
Andrew Walsh wrote into us on Patreon. He says, "Hello, gentlemen. My question is in regards to Dying Light 2 and how Techland sent out a version of the game kind of similar to how Sony sent out a version of Days Gone before the day one patch. Reports today said the day one patch for Dying Light 2 will fix over 1,000 things. I'm puzzled on why they would do this with reviews coming in mixed, but lots saying the game is fantastic, but a buggy mess. Maybe this day one patch would have helped a lot, but those bugs and made reviews more positive. I'm sorry. I'm excited for the game, but why rush and get it now? Definitely going to wait for it to get cleaned up and grab it on sale. Keep on killing the gaming podcast scene. This podcast plus all the others you guys put out help make my 40-minute drive to work enjoyable." Thank you, Andrew, for writing in. So, first of all, I have to acknowledge the reason that we even got early access to the game at all was because Head, the lead programmer over at Techland, is a fan of the show and a friend of ours. So he offered, and I actually I emailed back and forth with him pretty often. And at one point I was just like, I saw the game went gold. Congratulations. And he's like, "Oh, we're going to get you on the list." And I told him, I was like, "It's not necessary. That's not why I'm emailing you. I'm just congratulating you." And nonetheless, I heard from a PR person at Techland. They sent over a bunch of codes. So I just gave them to everyone in the company to do what they want with. I got the game, but I haven't had a chance to play it yet. Part of the reason why I kind of forwent playing it was because I knew it was going to be broken. And I don't know why we keep finding games in this position, but it's just the mathematics need to change in the sense that a game developer and a publisher, Techland one and the same in this case, but they identify the date that they're going to hit. They're really going to hit this date. And then for some reason, they're like, we have to go gold now on this particular date. And then we know the game won't be done, but we're just going to cram in as much as we can into this patch. And I don't really understand it. Apart from getting the game out earlier and maybe making a little bit more money off the top, you're putting out a worse game that's going to be criticized over time. And isn't it worth the time to just take the extra couple of months and polish it so that the 1.0 version is the real version? I understand the argument from developers, and I hear from them often about how a game is never done and never complete. And I know that. But that doesn't mean that a game should go out in a state that if it was never connected to the internet, as we said earlier, just hypothetically, it wouldn't really function. So when I saw this, I was hearing about this, and they know that the game's not running well internally. I was like, well, I'll just wait. I'm not going to play it right now. If basically what's being told to me is that the game has catastrophic errors in it still. And you know what I was reminded of is my old friend Greg Miller when Dead Island came out on PS3. I think this was in 2011. I want to say something like that, 2010. And same company, Techland. And the game came out early, and he played through it all, and the trophies were broken, and he didn't get the platinum trophy, even though he did everything in the game. And it just reminded me that, man, Techland kind of has a history of just really putting out, it's not a new thing. It's not a modern thing based on expectations today. They just kind of don't put out the most polished things right away. And then it takes a little time to polish it. And it just makes me wonder, why couldn't you just polish it before you release it? If the date doesn't facilitate that, then move the date, but don't sacrifice the game. And I don't know how anyone in the AAA space, to Andrew's position or Andrew's question, can see what happened to Days Gone, a game that demonstrably got screwed by not being ready to be in the hands of critics. It is not a 71. I know some people disagree with that, including on this show, but I just feel like, how can you look at that and then be like, we're going to do the same thing? You can't do it. You have to make sure. There was a time when Sony first party games, for instance, were done sometimes really ahead of time. We had Killzone 2 at IGN like 4 months before it came out because they were just sitting on it. And it was great. Everyone loved that game. So I don't know. I'm going on and on here, but
I want to make one thing clear real quick, just because I saw some people saying this online, is that I would not say this is a cyberpunk level situation at all. In fact,
stop being racist to Polish people, everyone. It's not the same.
Yeah, it's not that bad. But I did see instances of people losing saves many, many hours into the game. And
that's unacceptable.
That's unacceptable.
Totally.
Is it fixed in this patch? I don't know. But I think it's an important thing to keep in mind if you're investing your time into this game. If you're picking it up today, right? Friday, keep that in mind. And this is I think that Colin waiting is the right choice. And obviously you want to support the games that you care about and the developers you care about at launch. But at the same time, it's like you could wait a couple weeks. Maybe there will be a sale and the game will be in a better, shape, which arguably you could say that about a lot of games. But when you have a small slice of press, even let's say it's 200 or 300 people that have access to the game right now, maybe it's more, I don't really know. And you're seeing multiple instances of saves getting eaten.
Dude,
Red
that
flags.
I would never play a game if that did that. If that happened to me, I'd be like, this game's done. I'm done with this game. You can't let that happen in your game.
It is a sad state of affairs that is. See, the thing is, like, I know, Colin, you were talking about like, a game is never done, and that's true. Yeah, you could always add on to, like, art in general is never really done. Like, you could give like the final cut of a movie to an editor, and they could work on that thing until they die. But there is a point where a game is at least functioning as intended, and I think that is the bare minimum that a game needs to be when it's gold. Like, you shouldn't have a game eating saves. You shouldn't have a game like just completely crashing every couple minutes. There's an acceptable state where something isn't necessarily done, but isn't broken. And, you know, there were plenty of games, like even some of our favorite games from the PS1, PS2 generation, arguably kind of broken games, but they functioned as intended. Your saves didn't get eaten. You know, you could play it from start to finish and say, oh, that was a really good time. Sure, like, oh man, my arm clips through the wall in this section for like a half second or whatever. It's like, we're not talking about that. But like, we're not, I don't think we're demanding like inconceivable levels of polish here. Like, I don't think the expectation that players have is unreasonable, that a game functions as intended. Like, that seems like such a bare minimum to hit. And it's so confusing that games can't hit it. What happened? There's so much more money in it. There's so many more people working on it. How the hell are we backtracking on quality on release? Just delay the game until it's functioning as intended. No one says it has to be absolutely perfect, but it should function, dude. This is insane.
I agree. You asked what happened. I think what happened is internet connectivity. This is a way out. And publishers took it and we let them. And now it's baked in, this idea. You couldn't release games like this in the PS2 era before that. You just couldn't. I mean, you could. People did. But you pay the price and there's nothing you could do about it at that point. It's not the Cyberpunk situation where the game went gold and then basically went ungold, which is still one of my favorite things ever. I was like, what? It's like, it's very similar to the reverse draw distance, where I just think that's one of the funniest things ever. But going gold used to mean this is the master disc. This is the disc to print. And now it just means this is what you should upload as the base model on PSN, and then we'll just build on it constantly. And yeah, so something has changed. And I want to be clear to what I was saying, Dustin. I'm not going to wait any more than this weekend to play Dying Light 2. But as one of the games, now it is as it's supposed to be for the consumer. And I wanted to make it clear earlier that it was just a happenstance that we got it early, because we don't talk to PR and we don't ask for games and have any of those relationships by rule. But when we know people that work on games and care about them and want to check things out and they want us to check them out, and also there's a Sacred Symbols Easter egg in the game as well. We want to obviously, we have the option, I guess, to play that early, but I was happy to forego that because, first of all, it fit within the parameters of how I like to play games. And it reminded me of the pressure of being under embargo and how I'm just so happy to not do it anymore. And I guess I'll take over here at this point, because I've been playing the same two games that I was playing last week. Even though I have Dying Light on my machine, I was like, I'm going to keep playing Mercenaries Rebirth because it's so good. And I love it. And I'm so surprised by how few people are playing and talking about this game. It's, like I said, what Final Fantasy Tactics Advance was to Final Fantasy Tactics. And I think it's not as good as Fell Seal, which I think is just the AAA version. It's not really AAA, but it's the A version of what we hope. We've never had a really AAA Final Fantasy Tactics, I guess. So it's about as good as it gets. But Mercenaries Rebirth is just a really fun turn-based strategy RPG. And then still playing Persona 4 Golden. And I had noted this in Discord. I was up till 4 a.m. I actually missed a meeting, which is very rare for me. I'm really like buttoned up on that shit. I slept through what I was supposed to be on like a meeting because I stayed up till 4 in the morning playing Persona 4 Golden. But I had noted in our Discord that it wasn't because I wasn't necessarily that into it. I'm really just ready to be done with this game. It's just kind of overstaying now. And I couldn't imagine, I'm playing with a walkthrough. I couldn't imagine how much this game would demand of someone who didn't know what to do next. It's kind of reminding me of that, but it's very good. I hope to be done with it soon. Surf the Void wrote into us and said, hello, Colleen, Christina, and Dusty. I asked Colin for the P4G guide he's using, and I sent it to him. He says, thanks again, King. And I asked him who the best girl is. Like an absolute buffoon, he says Rize. Baffling. Dustin, please correct this great transgression and tell him the best girl is obviously Chie. No contest. How do you feel about that? Chie has the most annoying voice. To me, it's like, when I went to Northeastern and I lived in Boston, you'd meet a pretty girl, right? And at a party. And then she would be from East Massachusetts and she would have a Mass accent. You're just like, no. I just, no matter how pretty you are, no matter how fun you are, I just can't get past the fact that you sound like you're in the bleachers of a Red Sox game and I can't do it. And with Chie, it's not the same accent, but it's a similar thing where I'm like, I like Chie, but I just can't get past the performance. It's just too much for me. It's too much.
Surf the Void, stand down, because Rise is the best girl. And that's all I'll say about that.
I mean, I chose Chie because that's what the walkthrough told me to do, because I'm following that walkthrough. But I went
you're beholden to the walkthrough, to even the choice.
Well, because it matters later on certain things that happen in the walkthrough itself.
I
but
guess.
Rize is clearly the best. I mean,
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, she's fun. Okay. This podcast is sponsored by BetterHelp, and Sacred Symbols listeners can get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/symbols. The stark reality is we all experience ups and downs in our lives. It's not only to be expected, it's a mandatory part of existence. What helps us survive the downs is how we deal with issues not only in the moment, however, but afterwards too. And therapy can be an incredibly useful tool to help you heal what's wrong inside. BetterHelp is customized online therapy that offers video, phone, and even live chat sessions with your therapist, so you don't have to see anyone on camera if you don't want to. Marrying this level of customization to something as personal as therapy works great, because therapy is about as personal as it gets. But you don't have to do it the old way anymore. You don't have to drive to an office or sit in a waiting room. You can literally do it over your phone or computer, and it can be just as effective for you, maybe even more so, since it's explicitly meeting you where you are. Here's the thing. You deserve to be happy and fulfilled. Whether you're dealing with motivational issues, depression and anxiety, problems with work or in relationships, and so much more, talking it out with a professional is a wise path to take. I believe in therapy and I believe it can work, and so do millions of people around the world. And by signing up for BetterHelp at betterhelp.com/symbols, that's BetterHelp.com/SYMBOLS, you can get 10% off your first month of sessions and can begin communicating with your therapist in 2 days or less. How's that for service? Accept life's ups and downs, but take control of how you deal with them with BetterHelp's modern form of therapy. Remember, friends, you are your greatest asset. Take care of yourself with BetterHelp at betterhelp.com/symbols. That's betterhelp.com/symbols. Let's get into the news. Big piece of news. Now, we did an episode of Sacred Symbols Plus about this. However, we didn't get to talk about it too deeply. There are new developments. And of course, Chris wasn't able to join us. And Chris, being Bungie mega fan, will have much to say here. So we'll throw it right over to him. But let me introduce the story to those that are not familiar. Number one, as you've no doubt heard, PlayStation has made a big splash on the mergers and acquisitions market. It has gobbled up developer Bungie for an astounding $3.6 billion. Bungie, once best known for its Halo franchise, which it created alongside and for Xbox, and its ongoing Destiny series, will enter the PlayStation family parallel to the first-party structure rather than sorting underneath it. As such, Bungie will explicitly continue to both support Destiny 2 across all platforms and create new games in with multiple platforms in mind. To repeat, this is explicit in the language from both Sony and Bungie announcing the deal. Bungie will not be making first-party exclusives. Rather, it seems that there are two major reasons Sony wanted Bungie. For starters, Sony identifies itself as needing Bungie's help to achieve its online goals. Indeed, the company intends on investing in a staggering 10 first and second party games as a service releases by the beginning of 2026, an almost unthinkable number that puts second party relationships with the likes of Haven, Firewalk, and others in perspective. The second reason, however, is likely more important and also less glamorous for PlayStation fans. Sony can leverage Sony Pictures to help Bungie achieve its long coveted cross-media goals, not only with Destiny, but with future IP as well. This means movies, television shows, the works. Remember, Sony just made $1 billion on a Spider-Man movie, which is 6 or 7 times the budget of a modern AAA game. The deal itself seems questionable. Yahoo Finance reports word from well-known industry analyst Michael Pachter, who suggests the price tag was a substantial overpay for a studio that essentially owns one IP. However, sources tell this podcast that that the motivation may have been talent-oriented as well. Hiring in the AAA space in gaming is becoming increasingly difficult and increasingly expensive. Bungie exists, has a pipeline and tools, and can help Sony skip ahead for better or for worse with their online ambitions. Meanwhile, sources like lawyer Rick Hogue suggest Sony may have painted themselves in a corner, giving Bungie everything a studio could possibly ask for and perhaps making the price to do business even more expensive and exorbitant as a result. This is, of course, a great point from Rick, and I want to get into that more.
Mm-hmm.
But I won't say anything more. I want to get your just initial takes here. Chris, we weren't able to talk to you on Sacred Symbols Plus. You're obviously a mega fan of Halo. You're a mega fan of Destiny. And so Bungie is an important studio to you. Mm-hmm. Seeing this under the PlayStation umbrella is not surprising. In fact, I kind of jokingly guessed that this was going to happen a couple of weeks ago. But it's important to note that they are not really a first-party team. I want people to look at this very similar to the way Microsoft absorbed Mojang, in the sense that they got Minecraft and Mojang, but it's going to be everywhere. And we're just kind of taking the money on the back end of this deal. And by the way, that deal was shrewd as hell. So tell me a little bit about how you feel about this.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, I definitely had a lot of thoughts. I felt a little confused initially because just the price tag's insane. Like the sheer negotiation power that Bungie had to do this it's crazy. Like they got like a Super Saiyan negotiator over there. But I think, I think in some ways it makes a lot of sense. Bungie is it's not the Bungie that it once was, but even modern day Bungie is still like a phenomenal force in the industry as far as just being able to just hit deadlines and make good shit like consistently. They know what they're doing, and especially given the rumors of their next so-called hero shooter. I think it's like rumored that it's Matter. I think it's wise to maybe get in bed with a studio like that who has so much history and so much knowledge on not only on a genre that Sony has struggled with for a long while, but also in an ecosystem in the sense of live service and multiplayer and community building IP that they can leverage now. I just man, this was like a fever dream type thing, because this was almost like Microsoft is like, yeah, we have Crash now. It's like Sony's like, oh yeah. I know it's obviously not a response. These deals take a long time.
It's been reported that this deal is in the works for about 6 months.
For sure, yeah. There are people I've seen a lot of like a depressing amount of people online acting like this was like genuinely a response to the Microsoft Activision acquisition. And
it just shows like to borrow that language. I also saw a depressing amount of people being like, PlayStation's got Halo now, and it's like,
oh my god, dude!
It just really goes to show you how fucking stupid a lot of people are that talk about video games. Like it's just unbelievable to me. But nonetheless, I'm sorry. I'm feeling snippy today.
I'm still like, because sometimes I play split screen Halo like Infinite with like roommates of mine or friends of mine, and they're like, "Man, Bungie has to fix this," and I'm like, "No, you fool." But no, I mean, I think it's smart. I think it's a lot of money. I think Bungie's no doubt they're happy with this. I heard also that there was like a $1 million like per staff like incentive to stay or whatever the hell, like some crazy part of this deal that's like everybody there's no doubt happy. Destiny gets to thrive. Destiny gets to learn from other studios in the PlayStation parallel. I think it's like really cool. Like the thing that makes this acquisition a little bit less depressing for me than I otherwise would have thought, because PlayStation, when they acquire a studio, I mean, typically they don't acquire studios like this, but when they do acquire a studio, that means everything's kind of off the table as far as multi-platform goes. Like you buy Insomniac, you're not seeing Spider-Man on Xbox. You might see Spider-Man on PC now because that's their new kind of thing that they're doing, but that wasn't always guaranteed. And one of the biggest, in my opinion, one of the more favorable things about Microsoft acquiring all these different things is because we knew that these games would at least also come to PC as well. Whereas opposed to if Sony had done similar things, they would stay. The fact that they've acquired them in a multi-platform capacity is a lot less stressful, because I do think that Bungie would be really unwise to go, exclusive. And I think it would have been a massive loss to the industry, like especially on the PC side. Like that would be such a shame. And the fact that that's not happening is great. I am not happy necessarily that consolidation continues to happen, especially because Bungie has for a long time, for at least for a few years now, existed as this one of the few independent studios left that actually kind of had their shit together in some way. And I know they're still operating in some independent capacity, which is like very confusing to, I don't know. It
doesn't make
my thoughts
sense.
are all over the place on this. Yep. This is all very unprecedented, especially for Sony. So we'll just have to see how this shakes out. But I do think they are both no doubt very happy with the talent that they find themselves a part of now. And I'm sure that Sony will learn a lot about not just about multi-platform, but a lot about live service stuff from Bungie for sure. They've been doing it for a very, very long time.
Yep, they're open about that. They're open about this need to jump ahead. It was one of the things that we discussed on Sacred Symbols Plus without you, which was this notion for the first time, really the second time with Sony, because they did it with Gaikai and it failed really, where they were like, we got to acquire something to fill in a space and help us. And I don't know that it always works out, but I don't want to be too predictable with what I'm going to say, because obviously I'm totally negative on mergers and acquisitions. I don't want any of these things to happen. So people are tired of hearing about that. I have some new things to present, but before I do, Dustin, I just wanted to throw it over to you. Do you have anything new that you wanted to add, maybe above and beyond what we already discussed on Sacred Symbols Plus? We obviously have a sequence of inquiries here from the audience that will allow us to, a big sequence of them that will allow us to explore this in many different ways.
Colin, do you mind if I actually touch on one of these questions? Because it's very related to the thought that I wanted to present, and that's from Joel Hernandez. He says, "Hey CDC, I hope all is well with you. My question is, will single player games become a niche demographic in the near future or at the beginning of the next generation console? With the new report that Sony is looking to create at least 10 multiplayer live service games by 2026, are we in trouble on losing single player focused experiences? We have to be realistic with ourselves that the amount of money in single player games is limited, and multiplayer games like Fortnite, Warzone, and others are cash machines. Sorry for the doom and gloom, but it's not looking so good for us old folks." So this was the main thing that I've been thinking about recently, is the live service future of Sony. And I think that I feel a bit mixed. In some ways, I'm with Joel that there are reasons to be concerned, but at the same time, I think we can pump the brakes a little bit about the doom and gloom, specifically thinking about just that a lot of the games we already enjoy are already kind of live service games. They're being updated. They're adding new stuff all the time. Stuff like, I guess maybe particularly we're not seeing this in the Sony space, which is why they want to do that. But people love Forza Horizon. That's basically a live service game with online new stuff regularly. Halo is a live service game. One of Colin's favorite games from this past generation, The Division 2, that's a live service game. And so, yeah, there may be some concerns about the future of multiplayer, but I wouldn't necessarily say that just because a game is a live service game doesn't mean that it's not going to appeal to the single player minded people, because a lot of times they design these games that, you know, if you want to play through the game, if you want to play by yourself or with a friend, that's fine. You can do that, but they want to make it open for the game to go on. It just, when you have these games that are so big and so expensive, it makes sense from a business perspective to make them modifiable, to add on to them, to continue the revenue stream since of that huge initial investment into the game. There is obviously lots of risks with this. In fact, right now we're seeing Battlefield 2042, we're going to talk about that game later, just completely crumble under this. But I just wanted to pump the brakes a little bit. Yeah. That a live service game doesn't necessarily mean free to play Fortnite and Warzone. I think, actually, for example, GT7. GT7 is a live service game as far as I'm concerned. It has extensive online. It has new things coming and has events, stuff like that. Maybe it's not what we would traditionally say a live service game, but it certainly has live service elements. So keep that in mind. That's all I have to say.
Yeah,
fair enough.
I think that's a good. I do want to pump the brakes on that too, because I also think just the sheer, the profitability of live service games doesn't necessarily just go back into the live service. Like you could make a pretty good argument that these live service games that have like limitless profit potential could act as a good method of funding for these single player experiences that we all really gravitate to. And the fact that I don't think you're ever going to see a reality where single player games just go away in favor of live service, because I think single player games are still especially for PlayStation, it's the main draw to the machine. That's how they hook you to the machine. And then like when you're hooked in the machine because of the single player games, then it's when then you delve into the live service, then you delve into multiplayer, and then Sony's making money on your, microtransactions and your in-game purchases and all that. But you still need that hook to grab you. And if you don't have a hook grabbing you to a specific console, a big kind of problem with live services is that, to really be profitable and like really crazy profitable to the degree that like Fortnite is, they have to be widely available. They have to be multi-platform, So even if you make something that's like a live service, you need something to pull you into the ecosystem that you would benefit most from having that live service a part of, like we're going to draw a lot of people into PlayStation with God of War, with Horizon, and then they're going to spend a boatload of money on Fortnite because they're here because of those other games. And, there's a whole strategy here. I do also want to say that no doubt one of these 10 live service games is factions.
Yeah, definitely. We'll talk about that because someone wrote in about factions. A lot of people wanted to talk about factions this week. So we'll definitely get to that. No doubt about it. And I think you both make great points. Gran Turismo is a live service game. If something like Street Fighter 6 comes, that'll be a live service game technically. So I feel that I wonder how they're defining it. We don't really know. But the two things that I wanted to introduce to this conversation, we'll talk about choice in a second, which is something I've discussed a lot in the M&A kind of ecosystem that we're now dwelling in. But I wanted to reaffirm this idea of culture and organics. When I read the following Nintendo quote from Shintaro Furukawa, who's the president of Nintendo, I felt so justified in what I've been saying for weeks, and just was laughing inside at all the people that are like, it doesn't matter, and there's no such thing as culture, it's money, and we root for companies. Here's what he said, quote, "Our brand was built upon products crafted with dedication by our employees, and having a large number of people who don't possess Nintendo DNA in our group would not be a plus," end quote. And went on to say that Nintendo will not be acquiring anything. So this kind of dovetails with this idea of choice, but I wanted to bring up this idea of culture again. Nintendo, first party and second party, but the production of Nintendo is no doubt the most well-respected output of video games in the entire history of the industry. Their president, at a time of mergers and acquisitions, reaffirms my theory that culture is everything to making games. And again says, quote, "Our brand was built upon products crafted with dedication by our employees, and having a large number of people who don't possess Nintendo DNA in our group would not be a plus," end quote. This is the argument I've been making for how Sony has been, until this point, acquiring studios by making sure that PlayStation DNA is in Bluepoint and Housemarque and Sucker Punch and whatever, going all the way back to the first acquisitions. And I feel like the Bungie acquisition doesn't comport to this. It's confusing. And this goes into my second point about choice. Participation in the arms race is a choice. Every acquisition that is made or not made is a choice in and of itself. Nintendo is choosing not to participate. Nintendo is the most respected maker of games in the world. Nintendo is a video game company first. Microsoft is a video game company sixth, seventh. Sony's a video game company maybe first or second, but Sony is a bigger brand than this. The guys who make games only are saying we don't want to participate. Woo, 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 woo. I think that's like a big thing that no one's paying attention to. They're like, we don't want to do this at all. We have no interest in doing this. We have no need to do this. We develop things ourselves slowly and intentionally. And rooting for consolidation and rooting for corporations, as a lot of people are doing, isn't also of itself a choice. And I want to just point out, when everyone says that it's inevitable, at least it wasn't Tencent. Well, maybe the most respected player is saying we're just going to sit on the sidelines and let you guys gobble all of this stuff up. And so when I saw that, that made me question the wisdom of what's happening, full stop. Now, the questions that I'm about to read will allow us to get into more of why I think maybe this acquisition happened and why maybe we're not even looking at it through the right lens. And Elijah Miller kind of gets into this. He says, "Hey, fuck buddies. The letter from Pete Parsons, the CEO of Bungie, detailing the deal with PlayStation highlighted numerous times that PlayStation brings them the possibility of, quote, building a multimedia empire, end quote. Ignoring how cringy that sounds, do you all think is something PlayStation and Sony can weigh when making these acquisitions, possibly stating as part of the deal, we can make an MCU like intertwined media universe with Sony Pictures. I think, unfortunately for PlayStation fans, that might have been looking for something out of Bungie, although I'm glad that Bungie was purchased and just kept for everyone. I think that was actually intentional too, and we'll talk about that. My thought here, and I'll throw it back to you, Chris, is this is more important than the PlayStation part of the deal. Sony wanted Bungie for Sony Pictures first and PlayStation second. And that's why they came right out and said, no, exclusive, no exclusives, no exclusives, no exclusives now, no exclusives ever. I mean, they basically said it. Anyone who's trying to parse the words, I think, are too used to reading Phil Spencer's fucking gobbledygook, right? They're too used to being like, well, I gotta read where Sagittarius is in the sky, and then pull out some cards, and I gotta talk to my neighbor and flip a coin, and then that's what Phil Spencer and that's. But here they're very clear.
It's very clear, which says to me that the primary motivation, the motivating factor behind this is multimedia. They're definitely trying to make a big push. If they're going to make an Uncharted movie, that tells you all you need to know about how seriously they're taking this push into multimedia. And if I think they understand, it's actually a pretty shrewd move on Sony's part, just to kind of identify the potential of Destiny as a series that exists beyond video games. I really do think it's a massive round in the chamber as far as this goes, because Destiny's great. Like it is genuinely like some of the best science fiction fantasy shit that you'll probably see ever. Like it is genuinely fan freaking tastic, and the fact that they have that, essentially the rights to that, it's pretty huge. I don't know how. Again, I don't know how important necessarily television and movies are in the grand scheme of things. I don't consider them that important, but if Sony believes that to be like kind of this next level thing about in this industry, then it makes perfect sense that they would go after something like Destiny that's very, very malleable and very, 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 very I don't even know what the word is. Just there's
a lot of
very flexible IP. There's like a lot you can do with it.
I was gonna say potential, right? Like because isn't that why they got into bed with NetEase to begin with? Didn't NetEase inject? By the way, NetEase is out now, which is good. NetEase, of course, walked away with probably couple $100 million in profit from the deal, but that was originally, I think, why NetEase got involved, was to try to help them broaden, and I don't think it worked. And Sony Pictures they're one of the 5 companies that makes movies, basically, so they're really powerful. And
they have infrastructure.
Right. Because I was reading, and I didn't realize it was like this, Dustin, but Bungie's gross revenue is something like $250 million a year. They just paid like 15 times more, 16, 17 times more for them than their annual revenue. Now, that's not necessarily unheard of, but typically you multiply gross, or maybe it's multiply net revenue times 2. And I think that's the valuation of a company. So to Michael Pachter's point, there was an overpay here, but I don't think that people are really looking at it through the right lens if they think that this has mostly to do with PlayStation, because I just don't think it does. I don't think that even if they bought Bungie and put Destiny 2 exclusively on PlayStation and their new IP, it's a huge overpay if they weren't looking at it from a bigger point of view. And that's why I brought up Spider-Man, because that movie made $1 billion. $1 billion. That's what Sony is looking at, I think.
Definitely. I think that it goes beyond too. A lot of people are looking at this as being a Destiny 2 purchase and not thinking about the other IP. I mean, obviously what Chris said, like Destiny is huge, and it's brimming with potential, but something that you and I, Colin, got into during our Sacred Symbols Plus episode is just the idea or the possibilities of whatever else Bungie is doing. And the main point that I made was that Bungie was a major player in esports before esports really was big. And we see Sony making moves into esports, buying Evo, stuff like that. Yeah. And Chris probably knows about this more than I, but I saw that there's rumors about Bungie's next IP or their next game being either like a hero shooter or very competitive focused. And so, there's so many different angles with that. So many angles with Sony Pictures. And I think something else that is just to bring up is what Chris said about talent being just incredibly harder and harder to come by and incredibly expensive as well. So I don't know, though. This is just an area that I personally am not as familiar with on like, it sounds like they overpaid by how much. That's, I guess, the question. And you also have to factor in that the current market for these things and how the Bethesda purchase, the Zynga purchase, stuff like that just kind of really skyrocketed these things.
There are few things in life and no things material more important than your money. You need to take good care of it. A great way to begin the journey to financial organization and sanity is by setting up a bank account. And with Chime, users will find both a debit card and an app that readily, effectively, and deftly serves basic banking needs. Chime has won awards for a reason. It's easy to understand and accessible, and more than 10 million people are using it as we speak. The big pull is the lack of fees. No foreign transaction fees, no monthly fees, no service fees. Chime has a staggering 60,000 ATM locations scattered about all over the place in locales like 7-Eleven, CVS, and more. And if you prefer digital banking, you can send money to anyone sans fees, even if your target isn't a Chime user. It's really that simple, that usable, and that useful. So consider giving Chime a try. Make your first good decision of the new year and join over 10 million people using Chime. Sign up only takes 2 minutes and it won't affect your credit score. Get started at chime.com/sacred. That's chime.com/SACRED. Again, for access to 60,000 fee-free ATMs, no overdraft, foreign transaction, service, or monthly fees, and free money transfers to anyone, head to chime.com/sacred. Banking services provided by and debit card issued by the Bancorp Bank or Stride Bank N.A., members FDIC. Get fee-free transactions at any MoneyPass ATM in a 7-Eleven location and at any Allpoint or Visa Plus Alliance ATM. Otherwise, out-of-network ATM withdrawal fees may apply. Sometimes Pay Anyone instant transfers can be delayed. The recipient must use a valid debit card or be a Chime member to claim funds. Well, we'll get to the the money situation because I want to talk more about that because there is an important point about that, especially because I think more than $1 billion of it is specifically for retention, which is absolutely nuts. So, and I think shows maybe the fear in what they're doing. And I just want to reiterate before I read the next question that and I think Hogue is the one who kind of reiterates this in his content is what else could have Bungie possibly gotten from this deal? And if you are looking at it through the eyes of others in the family, you're like, what the fuck is that all about? They get to do whatever they want. We get to make PlayStation exclusives. They get to do cross-media stuff. We get relegated to these little silos. It's going to be an interesting thing, and I think the money is even going to complicate that more, but we'll get to that. Frank Abar wrote into us and said, hey, Slitterhead Schluters, I may be going out on a limb here, but I want your opinion. Do you think Sony claiming Bungie to remain multi-platform is their way of playing nice with Microsoft? Keeping Destiny on Xbox to keep them from taking Call of Duty off PlayStation? Let me know if I'm right or if this is just a crazy conspiracy. I personally, and I see you shaking your head no, Chris, I believe that that is not the linear connection. I do believe that Sony looks at this as saying, like, we have something now that you want. And we have a company whose output you're going to want. And we're being explicit about what we want to do with it, but understand we control it. And if you start fucking around, then we'll start fucking around too. And I do believe that there is a piece of it there that's with that. I think that I wrote my notes here. It sets a new cadence. They're saying, because a lot of people were coming out erroneously saying if Sony ever made a purchase like Bethesda or a purchase like blah, 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 they'd keep it. They made a purchase half as big as Bethesda and then they put it on everything. So what I think that they're trying to do, I don't know if that was always the intention. I think there's 2 points to that. I think number one, I don't think Bungie would have sold if that wasn't allowed. I think if they did, I think the price would have been even higher than that. And I don't think it would have, I think Sony realized, I think all parties realized that would have just hurt Destiny, hurt Bungie, and maybe even just made the entire investment worthless. So that's number one. But number two, I think that they go and say, like, we did the exact opposite that everyone thought we were going to do. And we hope that maybe this poisons the well a little bit so that when you go and make your next deal, you consider what we've done. because when company X is, when Microsoft goes and says we bought EA and it's going to be exclusive to Game Pass, people are going to be like, well, now we have clear evidence that your competitor will not do that or isn't planning on doing that. Now, maybe if they buy Capcom or Square Enix or something, they do. But I do think, Chris, that there may be, it's like a bullet in the chamber. I don't know that they were intending on shooting it, though. And I don't think it had anything to do with Call of Duty specifically because they couldn't anticipate that deal was going to happen.
Right. Well, that was my main reason for saying that. I don't think that's the reason. They couldn't have anticipated this. I also just don't think that Destiny 2 to Call of Duty is a even remotely equivalent. Like, I mean, Destiny 2 is, I think, a better game, but there's no question that Call of Duty is like infinitely bigger than Destiny 2, like without a shadow of a doubt. So I don't know if that really was the intention. It would have been a questionable intention. I also don't necessarily know how confident I am in Sony's ability to really read PR in that way. Like what you're saying makes sense to us, but I don't know. Like you have to question like who at Sony is in these meetings and how aware they are of public perception if they're willing to do, things like, hey, here's a $10 upgrade fee for your fucking game that you shouldn't have to pay. But like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, totally.
It seems a bit too wise for them, like, which, that's insulting, but I mean, it's true. I do think it's probably an aspect of it. I do think there's probably an element of like, yeah, well, look, we can play nice, and we do have something that I think it has more to do with Bungie's history. I think it has more to do with like, hey, look, we have this thing that arguably made you even remotely viable in this entire space, and just so you know, we have that. I don't think it has really much to do with Destiny 2 so much as it is like a cultural thing. Because I think that's kind of how they look at it a little bit more. But there's no doubt that this is going to make it a lot harder for Microsoft to acquire something in the future and argue that it should remain exclusive to their platforms, because it's a good move on that part. Well, but I also don't know if Microsoft cares that much.
That's a good point. Like, what do they care about? Is it interesting to them? Do they realize that it would be suicidal? It's almost like, go ahead and shoot yourself. Like, put the gun to your own head. Take Destiny off of Xbox. Like, you're going to start ruining the whole zeitgeist of the game, right? By removing it from these platforms. And I think that maybe they realize that. But I would also argue that the bullishness about Microsoft taking Call of Duty off the platforms, I think, is equally erroneous. Like, I just don't think that's going to happen.
For sure. But yeah, but that's why I don't think that's going to happen.
Right.
Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I understand. I think you're right. And I think I like your point about them saying, like, we have your old crown jewel that didn't want to be with you anymore. And there is something weird. I was talking about it on Discord with our listeners. Like, there is something interesting at Bungie that I think Sony wants to tap into, which is this feeling, I think, of inevitability. For somehow Bungie extracted itself from Microsoft's first party at the top of its IP, like when the IP was probably biggest, went to the biggest publisher in the world, made an IP and a 10-year contract with them, right? Somehow got out of the contract 5 years early with the IP and then went independent. And I think Sony just looks at that too and is like, well, what the hell is this? I mean, this is interesting. You're an interesting company. There's no doubt about that aspect of it as well. So I like the idea of that from an optics standpoint.
But are they also the only studio that's ever been acquired by Microsoft and Sony?
Right, that's true. They're the only studio that's ever been owned by two first parties ever. Other than Rare. So
yeah,
Rare was the first one. So it's a very rare thing to happen. And I don't know. I just look at it and it seems there's a desperation to it in some way too. Like, yeah, whatever. We'll give you everything you want. Like, and there's no benefit for us apart from this, I guess, kind of osmosis that they hope is going to happen, right? When they integrate the teams together in some way. I don't know. But I wanted to acknowledge that, Frank, yes, I do think that there is a point to it with that as well. Now, we brought up factions earlier, and Dylan Tucker and many others wrote in, but Dylan says, hello, Chris and the two others. What are the chances that Factions has turned into a live service game and their reference to wanting to get it right from the start with Bungie's help is directly related to it? I would think Sony would be willing to spend any amount of money to make sure that their flagship studio has all the tools to continue to knock it out of the park from the start. Plus, with no announcement or release date at all yet, they have plenty of time to work out those details with Bungie. For me, this connection is not obvious, and yet many, 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 many people are making it. So it's worth talking about. I think because the only game we hypothetically know about from first or second party right now that's multiplayer is Factions, and that's crazy. Especially because they're saying, well, more are coming, many more, and we know they're going to come from Firewalk, and we know they're going to come from Deviation and all these other places. But Chris, what's your take on this idea that Factions is somehow to benefit from this acquisition first? I just don't understand this argument because they're not the same. And I do think Factions is going to be a standalone big product. It could be a full price product, but I don't know that I don't know. I don't know. What do you think?
I would say Factions is probably too far along now to really benefit from this. I think this is, and also Naughty Dog is a very competent studio. They're probably they can handle it, I'm sure. Even if this is an area in which they don't normally play. I think this deal is more to help everybody else, like the studios that don't necessarily, that aren't the top dogs of Sony's entourage, like especially the new ones, like Firewalk and Haven. It's like you're definitely going to, if you have access to Bungie talent to assist in those tasks, then you're going to use it. Like without a shadow of a doubt. They know what they're doing. They've done it for a very, very long time. They arguably pioneered a lot of this stuff. So, I could see everything else benefiting. But Factions, I believe, is far enough along at this point. I would hope so anyway, that anything that they could hope to glean out of this probably wouldn't really alter the trajectory of Factions too much. I would also say that the question says, what are the odds that, what are the chances that Factions has become a live service game? Factions was always going to be a live service game. Like there's no doubt in my mind that, like, if you're going to make a standalone multiplayer, like the second it was spun off of the original game, that was the moment that it was like, okay, this is a live service, because there's no way that you make a standalone, Last of Us multiplayer mode in the time that The Last of Us 2 came out and not have understood that this game was going to be a live service game, like every other multiplayer game is, basically. So I don't think it changed into anything, but I would be surprised if Factions is still so early in development that they could stand much to offer from Bungie's acquisition of Sony, especially because it's so recent. It's going to take a little bit of time getting this organized. Like I just don't see it being fulfilled in Factions.
Fair enough.
Or whatever Factions is called.
Yeah,
we're just assuming it's called Factions.
Yeah, I don't know one thing. I would be very interested to see what they're going to end up calling it. Dustin, do you think that also my concern, similar to what we were talking about here with Chris, this idea of culture and cultural impact and the ability to kind of say, like, we're missing, it's kind of like a team, like a football team going out onto the market and saying we need a running back, and we're signing a running back, and the running back comes in and the running back either fits or doesn't. But it's not a guarantee that going and signing a running back is going to fulfill the goal of the team, even if that's what you feel you need. And I guess what I'm saying is it's unusual for Sony to openly go out and say we're missing this key component of fundamental game design that is becoming increasingly vital to our money, and we don't know how to do it, and we're going to kind of skip ahead. And so when I see people talk about integrating it with Factions, that makes me nervous, because what does that even look like? We don't even know what Sony's activities in this space would really look like outside of very, very rare occurrences like Kill Strain and these other like half-assed things, Drawn to Death, which wasn't half-assed, but just kind of ill-marketed, where they tried, but there's been no effort in this space. Maybe some second-party efforts with some of the Ilphonic games, but what do you think?
Yeah.
The only way that I could see Bungie being involved with Factions is just on a consultation level. Maybe Naughty Dog presents their roadmap or something like that, or presents what they have, and Bungie, people at Bungie, whatever leadership or whatever there, can say, well, looking at this point here, in our experience, this is how communities reacted when we did this. So you might want to keep that in mind. Or instead of announcing it or saying this way, maybe you should do this instead. I could see that making sense. And this is something that Bungie has gotten much, much better at from having a lot of experience since 2014 with the original Destiny. And I mean, they kind of, I don't want to say crash and burned initially when Destiny 1 came out, but a lot of us remember that launch was not so rosy. Yeah. So they've had years and years of experience of not only making a live service game, but learning how to interact with their community. I think that that's one of probably the most essential parts of these live service games is being willing to learn from what other live service games have done. I mean, not to rip on Anthem once again on this podcast, but that game was made in a bubble and it's obvious and they completely fucked it up because of it. And you got to imagine that Sony thinks, we're making our own live service games. Why not? Let's make sure we don't make it in a bubble and learn from somebody. Maybe not necessarily have them co-develop or anything, but take advice from a team that's been there and done it. And it's not necessarily perfect, but definitely better than many of the other live service games out there.
Yeah, they've made all the mistakes.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. And they've definitely said that. And I think that that's part of what I wanted to bring up too here before I read the next question, which is rumor is from multiple sources that 1.2 billion of the 3.6 billion is specifically to maintain the workforce at Bungie. Now, I'm a little confused by this because this isn't unusual. I'm not entirely sure why this is being reported. I think that there's this assumption that when you buy a company, you go and give the owners the money and then you're like, all right, everyone can leave. Sometimes that happens because they want you to leave. But if it's a talent-oriented company, like for instance, when Sony went and bought Insomniac, it probably went something like this. For Ted Price, the leadership, the board, and for like all of the heads of the different departments and maybe verticals like the disciplines. You're each going to become millionaires now. Multimillionaires, but it's going to be vested over 5 or 7 or 10 years and you'll get it over that time. This keeps you here. That's part of the deal, right? And so that stops you from buying Bungie, for instance, and then everyone just leaves and creates Bungie too, right? And what would stop them from doing that? So I'm a little confused about why this is being reported, but it is a lot of money and it goes into original reporting that I can talk about more here, in which I've been talking to developers saying it's just becoming very difficult to hire talent in the AAA space. And he was saying that there are people getting offered 2 and 3 times more money, like literally, than they're making right now. Say they're at Ubisoft and they're going to go to Sony or whatever. They're like, we'll double your pay to come do what you do here. You can stay exactly where you are. You can work 4 days a week. You get all of these bonuses, blah, blah, blah. I think part of the reason Sony went in here as well, aggressively buying Bungie and then spending this much money on talent, is because they want the talent. Because that allows them to keep everyone together. And so many people are spreading to the wind and it's really injuring game development. And that is part of the reason why games are struggling to come out. It's not only COVID, it's not only work from home and being separated. It's that there is a lot of workers are in the driver's seat in many verticals right now and many enterprises like we've never seen. And we see that all over the place. I'm doing all sorts of building things around my house. Part of the reason why I'm having problems with pool and problems with this and that is because there's labor issues. That one of the builders I'm working with says like something like he got 3 of his 14 people back after COVID. 3 of his 14 people, right? And so and these are artisans, craftsmen. So anyway, I'm going on and on, but I wanted to point that out, that I think that might have something to do with it too. That it allows them to just have this team of like 1,000 people or something like that. Or maybe not that many, maybe it'll become that big. And they can just gather them all, give them all money, a lot of very wealthy people now there, and they're going to be very happy that Sony made them that way. So, and there's a big difference, by the way, between the $1.2 billion in compensation is 6 times their annual revenue. It's a lot of money to them, even if they are millionaires already, even if Pete Parsons is a millionaire. Of course he is. But now P. Parsons has maybe $100 million, and that's going to be a big difference. P. Parsons' life. Okay, let's see. I have this question here. Xtian, I don't know how to say your name, but that's how it's written. It says, hey, CDC, do you think the acquisition of Bungie is actually a defensive move to prevent Microsoft from taking away another multi-platform title from PlayStation? And if not, do you think this is a strategy that Sony considers for future acquisitions? It seems strange that they would agree to an acquisition deal like this where Bungie is still independent. What message does this send to other PS studios? Is Bungie the White Ranger in Power Rangers? He's part of the team, but still independent? Dustin, I want to go to you on this one first. I think that this is a legitimate ask and something that I'm not really seeing a lot of people bring up. The rosiness of this deal is something to behold. And if you are at an internal team that can't even put your game on Xbox, don't even think about it. And then you see these guys come in and they're like, well, Bungie's great, but they're better than us at Naughty Dog. They're better than us at Sucker Punch or Sony Santa Monica. It's a little weird. I'm going to kind of keep my ear to the ground to see if any of those rumblings happen. But we have to understand that the reason PC games came to begin with is because the developers asked for it. And I wonder if this might be the opening of the door of saying the exact opposite has almost happened, where Bungie has now brought this reality in which maybe PlayStation games come to Xbox, because why wouldn't they? I mean, I don't know. What do you think about this argument?
So something important to bring up. Sorry, I'm trying to bring up the exact quote because I thought it was really interesting. It's in one of these interviews with Jim Ryan. Let's see, I have it from...
Oh, when he says he's going to buy more?
No, he said, we are starting to go multi-platform. You've seen that. So, and he says, we have an aggressive roadmap with live services and stuff like that. So, I don't know. When he says something like that, it makes me wonder if we're going to see other Sony first-party games be multi-platform on Xbox, some of these live service games. So maybe Bungie's opening the door for that. I don't know, but when you have your president in an interview with GamesIndustry.biz say, we are starting to go multi-platform as a general statement, I think that that's not something to just brush over as, oh, just Destiny and PlayStation and PC. I think that means potentially other things as well. And it's important to bring up that a lot of these live service games, one of their biggest strengths is that they're the ability to play them anywhere. Something like, well, not anymore, but I was going to say Fortnite, which you could even play on a phone, which you can still play on Android phones, but not iPhones. But it's that's a really important aspect of it. So I don't know. Do you think I'm onto something here, Colin, with this idea of maybe we're going to see some first party games? I'm not saying like every first party game now is like a multi-platform game. I think that there's stuff that's going to remain exclusive, that the high quality single player experiences that we talk about. I don't think that that's fading away. But when you see a company go out and say we have 10 live service games coming out over the next 5 years or whatever, and they also say we're going multi-platform, you got to wonder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do have to wonder. And by the way, you say, is it possible? I think if the last 6 months to a year has shown, maybe let's even go back to 2019 when the Bethesda deal first broke. I think anything's possible. I really do. I think anything is possible. I think Bungie's influence within Sony could be formidable. We don't really know how it's going to turn out. I think the one important thing that people have to understand from a development standpoint is, and I know this just as an owner of a developer, I'm a PlayStation fan, but our games are going everywhere unless someone's paying for them as exclusives. And when you're a developer and you realize that your bonuses are contingent on how many games you're selling and how many people you're reaching, it's a reasonable question to say, if you're at Sucker Punch, why are we being asked to make Ghost of Tsushima for PlayStation, limiting our reach and the amount of money we can make, when the studio across the street from us, basically, which they are in the Seattle suburbs, is allowed to make and reach all these other people and have a much higher ceiling than us? It's just not really fair. I think that this can set off something within Sony that's interesting. I think it'll take time. And I think you're right that some of these live service games will be inherently multi-platform. I don't think you're going to see The Last of Us or God of War or Spider-Man or anything like that on Xbox. Right. But I do think you're going to see something like SOCOM I wouldn't be surprised if
that's what I was going to say. So come on Xbox
Zone or something like that was on everything. I don't know.
Dude, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised to see factions even possibly make this jump, because again, we're living in such an unprecedented moment in this industry, where a lot of these things that we would have thought were like really, really pie in the sky ideas are just like, oh yeah, sure, why not? Sony has Bungie now. What? And they're multi-platform. Excuse me. Like it stands to reason that anything that is going to be a live service game, Sony is going to want that to be as ubiquitous and convenient to access as possible, because that is the biggest boon for live service games. You have a live service game that's like stranded on a single platform. That's not going to be the big thing you want it to be. It needs to be on PC. It needs to be on PlayStation. If you can get it, it needs to be on mobile. It needs to be on, if you can. There's a reason why Halo Infinite hit 20 million players, and it's not because it was on Xbox. It's because it's also on PC. It's because the barrier to entry is so insanely low with Game Pass and the free-to-play multiplayer. That being on 2 platforms was massive for it. And I think Sony is wise enough to know, even if they don't have a live service of their own, they're wise enough to know what makes a live service tick and what makes a live service explode, and it's why I think this acquisition of Bungie makes a great deal of sense for them.
It's also why they know that 25% of their money is now coming from games as a service.
Yeah.
So even though Spider-Man sells 20 million copies, which is extraordinary, there are still all of these people playing Genshin Impact. Many more people playing that. Elder Scrolls Online, and Fortnite, and Final Fantasy 14, and I mean, I look through my friends list every once in a while. I have 2,000 friends. I don't even know any of these people, but I try to see what they're playing, and it's like always the same shit. It's very rare to see anyone playing what I'm playing, and that's fine. I mean, that's the normal gamer. Now, I want to bring up this next question. I'm actually going to bring up 2 at the same time because they bounce off of each other. Easel Games wrote in and said, "Really wish we could put what company should they buy next questions on hold for a few weeks. It's getting old." And the discussion is already brought up this week just by virtue of what Sony has already done. But then Ari Levi wrote in and said, "Slit aheads. Let's cut to the chase." And he didn't do the hard R there, which I appreciate.
Nice.
The consolidation war may not be the one that we want, but it's the one we're getting. What studio or publisher do you anticipate Sony to acquire next? From Soft, Square Enix, Quantic, dare I say CD Projekt? Would love to hear what you guys think. So, Easel, to your point, I personally agree. I think it's a little bit trite, but the audience wrote in a great deal about this, and we'd be foolish to ignore this question because I want to do what you guys want. You're not always right, but you're right often. So, Ari, to your question, what should they buy next? Again, my answer is they should buy nothing. What do I think they will buy? I said today in our Discord channel that I believe now it is entirely likely that PlayStation will buy Square Enix or Capcom, and that will happen this year. I don't think both, but I think one or the other. I would argue Capcom is more obvious and probably cheaper. But Square Enix has tendrils everywhere and would be, I think, more consequential because Capcom has some first or some second party relationships. Like, for instance, Dead Rising, right, was really Xbox affiliated. And it didn't have to be, it just was. Tomb Raider from Square Enix, though, was an example out of the other side. But Square Enix has these connections with Nintendo, these connections with Microsoft, these connections with Sony, this stuff going on Steam. It's going to be way more complicated to broach that. And I don't know. So my personal answer from that perspective is, on the big level, I wouldn't be surprised to wake up one day and find that they took Capcom or they took Square Enix. On the smaller end, Quantic Dream, I just think that came and went. I think that was obviously going to happen. I think it probably would have happened. I think that relationship was bad. FromSoft, Dustin, you made a compelling case, as I recall, about them. And that's interesting, but what do they have to gain from that? And then CD Projekt, I just think, is injured. If you want to play the game where you're like, yeah, let's get CD Projekt now. We'll own The Witcher. We'll own Cyberpunk. We can have all this stuff, and they're probably going to be cheaper than they were. They certainly are. They lost a bunch of market cap. Maybe you do the sly thing, but it's like, why would you want to be associated with CD Projekt? No offense, but why? And this is why I think people are saying, like, just buy anything. And I'm like, but CD Projekt, they don't even have a good reputation anymore. Why would you want them? They don't fit. So I don't know. I think anything's possible. Chris, what's your gut tell you about the next acquisition? Since inevitably, I think Ari is right that this will happen.
I think it will be a major publisher. I think my gut is telling me that it's probably good. I think you're right on the idea of like Square Enix or Capcom. I would think Capcom is probably next on the table, just because they have a good reputation and they're also probably again on the cheaper side.
And they have a good relationship with Sony going back a long ways, but most recently Street Fighter, people bring up, I mean, Sony's Street Fighter exclusivity basically killed fighting game community on Xbox.
Yeah.
And of course they have a good relationship with Arc System and others, but also Resident Evil 7 was on PSVR. They have these other things going, so maybe those connections exist. And it would be interesting to see Sony have control of Resident Evil, Mega Man, which would be bonkers, and the others. But I just think that I think people should check themselves, because I think if they buy Capcom, they're going to be like, we're not doing anything to the exclusivity of the company. And I think a lot of this stuff might be, Chris, to say we have to start, if anything, we need to be defensive to say, like, if you think you're going to get these games on Game Pass, think again. But they're going to be on your platform, right? And I think that's kind of going to be the move. But anyway, do you think a developer, like some people throw up Remedy or IO or others, but I just think people are putting out names. I don't think any of these really make any sense. You know?
Yeah, I Remedy's weird, because Remedy is one of those few where I like, if I were Xbox, I would have acquired them ages ago, just because I feel like that makes sense. Like they fit in the Xbox ecosystem a lot more than fucking Activision Blizzard does, you know? So that's a weird one. I can't think of any developer right now that I would be eyeing necessarily. Like, I guess if it were me and I was in charge and I had money to spend and I saw that there was an acquisition war, I would probably go after something like IO. But I think they're happy being independent.
Yeah, they're doing a James Bond game. I think Remedy's interesting, but I think people have to understand that if that deal ever happened with anyone, it just comes with all these strings. They have so many publishing partners. You have to get out of all of these projects before you even get anything from them. And I just think that they've put themselves in a position where they're almost unbuyable. I would argue FromSoft would be an interesting acquisition target, but and I think that maybe if you looked at developers, that might be the only one that really made any sense, if you want to argue that it makes sense. But again, you kind of already have them in Bluepoint now. Like, Bluepoint almost has that essence now. You know, do you need them both? As far as I know, I mean, Bloodborne, you know, the new stuff's coming from Bluepoint. It's not coming from FromSoft. So
I guess that remains to be seen, though. If they can recapture a FromSoft title, whatever, an IP without FromSoft, that's the biggest question. I get to ask that literally every time I stream, is like, are you open to Bloodborne 2 from Bluepoint? And I'm like, I don't know. That's such a difficult question. But as far as publishers and who they'll buy, I think that Colin, you mentioned Capcom, and I think Capcom makes the most sense. Specifically, you already mentioned a lot of the partnerships that have happened, whether it's Resident Evil VR, stuff like that. But I think that their culture and their releases, specifically since 2018-ish, around the time of Monster Hunter World, has shifted more in line to a Sony, like, very high quality at release model. Think about I mentioned 2018. That was Monster Hunter World. Huge respect to legacy IP, like doing the Mega Man legacy collections, which have been awesome. Resident Evil 2, Devil May Cry 5. What else we got here? Resident Evil 3, Resident Evil Village, stuff like this. These are like just banger after banger, super great games. There are, of course, a few exceptions if you think about like the multiplayer mode that they put in Resident Evil 2, stuff like that. It's not all rosy, but you know, I feel like there's some similar culture there. It's just as far as like a shift to really high quality releases, and I think it's just and like you said, Street Fighter also is, I think, a huge element to consider, especially now with Sony's purchase of Evo.
Definitely. We'll see what happens. Again, I hope none of these things happen, but We'll find out, I guess. I do admit that, and it's to the point we had earlier that this is, and who was it from? Ari, where he said this is, was it the one you said? Yeah, it's the one we're getting. It's not the war we want, but it's the one we're getting. I agree with that. But I do want to reiterate and underline again, it's a choice. Nonetheless, to participate is a choice. And so I'm going to blame a lot of different people when this gets all fucked up in the few years, because it definitely is. I feel anyway. I don't want to say definitely. Eric Wilson wrote in and said, "What's up, guys? Colin, since you voiced your concern about Sony potentially buying publishers and studios left and right as a response to Microsoft, would it be more advantageous for them to buy IP instead? They already have a good relationship with Marvel, but is it possible for Sony to pry open Ubisoft's clutches around Tom Clancy? Remove the nucleus from the cell as a word." Ubisoft would never do that. Ubisoft would be done without Tom Clancy. But no, guys, dissuade yourself from this. What is the point of that? Make new things. Please, God, make new things. One of the reasons why PlayStation has no truly identifiable mascot is because they constantly change what's most important on the console. And that is to the chagrin of some people, but to the benefit of the brand and to most players. Crash Bandicoot gave way to a whole smattering of things like Jak and Daxter and Ratchet and Clank and Sly Cooper, which gave way to a whole smattering of things of like Uncharted and the God of War reboot and even the original God of War games late in PS2 and Infamous and on and on. We got Killzone in the PS2 and PS3 era, Resistance in the PS3 era.
Little Big Planet.
Right. And that moves on to Until Dawn and Bloodborne and Uncharted 4 and kind of the waning of Uncharted and the revival of The Last of Us. And we have Ghost of Tsushima and we got Spider-Man and Miles Morales and all these things. It's different. It constantly changes. And it's not because they ever went out and acquired anything. That's what I'm trying to instill in everyone. It had nothing to do with anything they acquired. Nothing. Even the Sony Spider-Man connection just comes from Sony Pictures. That's not something they had to go really get. So I don't know, guys. Eric, I appreciate the question, but let's start thinking about what think about Nintendo again and the Nintendo DNA. They're not going outside to seek new answers and new ideas. Now, maybe they're not getting many new ideas, but I would argue that the way that they release games, the style of game, when you play Zelda Breath of the Wild 2, it's going to be a very fine game. I mean, we all know that, right? It's going to be a very fine game. And that doesn't come from them going outside and be like, who can help us with Zelda? They had to slowly learn themselves how to do an open world RPG. It took them for fucking ever, remember? We were all wondering where the hell is the open world role-playing games on Nintendo Switch, and then they delivered finally their own thing. So I don't know if my pontification is resonating with people, but
I think there's one exception though, Colin,
please,
about getting IP, and that's Konami.
That's true. Yeah.
I think that is one of the rare exceptions, though, because the IP is basically dormant at this point. And there's such a legacy with many of them with PlayStation in particular, which I guess the question always is, people mention like, could Sony go out and buy or license or something these IP? And I think that's a compelling idea, but the question I always have then is like, okay, well, then you've got to force companies to work on someone else's IP, and maybe they want to do it, maybe they don't. And that's getting into some questionable territory. But I think the argument stands, though, to Eric's point, that maybe there are some options for that. And maybe the idea is like, who knows? You get the Silent Hill IP and you give it to Kojima and you fund that. Maybe that's the move there, and maybe that's already in the works. I don't know, but
I think you're right. But I will say, just to push back, is that everything happens at a cost, right? So, right. And maybe it wouldn't be one or the other. It certainly almost wouldn't. But if Sony were to say, we're going to spend $2 billion to extract Metal Gear, Castlevania, Contra, and a few other things from Konami, and then we're going to take them and do what we want with them, or we can take that $2 billion and invest it in new things. I'd be like, go invest it in new things. Like, I love Castlevania. No one loves Castlevania more than Colin Moriarty. Come on. But if given the choice of having them say like, or could we make a new Castlevania? Like, could we do our own Eastern European style, Vampire Hunter-esque That's what the questions they should be asking themselves. See, that's what I wonder if is giving them pause when the Metal Gear rumors come up, which may be true or maybe not. But it's like, well, you already kind of have a Metal Gear in Siphon Filter, which is a little more Bond than Metal Gear. But if that's what you want, you already have it. You can make it yourself. You know, if you want to do Castlevania, you own Bloodborne. You know, if you want to do Contra, you own SOCOM. You know, like that's kind of would be my argument against that. But I think that's only an academic argument because I don't think it would be either or. I think if they were offered those things for $2 billion and they said for $4 billion, you can have the games and we can make new studios, they'll be like, oh, we'll just do that. So nonetheless. Before we back out of this topic, finally, I did want to read this from John Lisa Jr., who said, Dear CDC, hello from Long Island. Word. Could you guys break down the hierarchy at Sony post-Bungie? People confuse PlayStation Studios as a publisher when it really is a division that oversees the studios other than Bungie. Basically, as I understand it, for all intents and purposes, Sony Interactive Entertainment is PlayStation. Is SIE the publishing arm? Even though Bungie is self-publishing, would they still be going through SIE with Bungie label? I think there's a lot of confusion, and Colin is so knowledgeable in this area, it can only positively contribute to the discussion. Thank you. So we don't have the full answer to this yet, but here's how I understand it. And I'll give you guys a little history. Sony Interactive Entertainment is a company. I think some people think that Sony is like this big thing and everything's within this one Sony, but no, Sony and Interactive Entertainment is a company. It used to be called Sony Computer Entertainment, as we know. It was founded in 1993. It's a fully owned subsidiary of Sony. So that is the PlayStation brand. You're right, John. Worldwide Studios is an umbrella under SIE that was founded in 2005 to organize first-party studios. Because remember, at the time, Sony only had 2 or 3 or 4 first parties going at any one time. And first-party games were not important in the PS1 and PS2 era as nearly as much as they would become. Remember, even Crash Bandicoot and Spyro were exclusives, but they were not first-party games. And that is a major difference. And why, of course, they were able to get Crash Bandicoot away from PlayStation.
Crash was Universal, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah. And Spyro was too. So that's how Activision got their hands on all that stuff. So Worldwide Studios was founded in 2005 to organize the teams, and that's a vertical under SIE because SIE has like its hardware stuff and its PR and marketing, all these things that normal companies have. But then there's a vertical that is now PlayStation Studios. It used to be called Worldwide Studios. That's the silo where all of the teams are under. So if you picture Sony at the top and then SIE below it, and then launching into a bunch of different brands or a bunch of different verticals that you don't care about, like marketing and whatever, one of those is PlayStation Studios. And then there'll be another vertical next to it that will be Bungie. So it's true that Bungie will not be under PlayStation Studios. Bungie is a publishing arm. And in this regard, this is very similar to Microsoft's acquisition of Bethesda, where Bethesda is a first-party publisher and a first-party team of studios, but they are their own publisher. When you play a Bethesda game, it's still going to say Bethesda. And when you play a Bungie game, I doubt it's going to say PlayStation Studios. And if it does, it's going to also prominently say it's a Bungie game. So that's the way it works right now. It's not as complicated as you think. Thank you for writing in. All right, let's move on. Other news to get into. Number 2. Sony's recent financial disclosures indicate a company in a strong position, but one that's held back by global economic forces, including the inability to produce enough product to fulfill demand. As reported by Newswire Reuters, Sony's recent reports actually raised their profit forecast by 15%, a rosy sign. However, that has little to do with PlayStation and much more to do with the mega performance of Spider-Man No Way Home. As a vertical, PlayStation secured a profit of its own, supported by 3.9 million PlayStation 5 consoles sold in the previous quarter. However, as we all know, this isn't nearly enough to satiate demand, and as a result, Sony has cut its full-year estimates for PS5 from 14.8 million units sold in the fiscal year to 11.5 million, a drastic shortfall. PS5's full sales numbers through the end of December 2021 is 17.3 million units, a very healthy number that has nonetheless fallen behind PlayStation 4. At the same point in time in its sales cycle at the end of 2014, PS4 had eked past 20 million units sold. PlayStation 4 sold another 200,000 units last quarter as it slowly sputters out. PS4 is now just shy of 117 million units sold. According to website Push Square, 92.7 million games were sold across PlayStation platforms last quarter, with about 10% of them coming from first and second party. 62% of game sales were executed digitally. PSN itself had 111 million monthly users on average, and PlayStation Plus subscriptions are also at an all-time high, 48 million. An important note from the website Push Square, and this is a quote, "For all the doom and gloom that circles Sony sometimes, the actual data paints an extremely positive picture. Despite the PS5 being supply constrained, The PlayStation division registered its second largest quarterly revenue even during the holiday period just gone, totaling $7.15 billion. That number is higher than any other platform holder has ever achieved, end quote. Dustin, I want to go to you first. This seems to be a really important note that we need to balance things out. PlayStation is still by far the most successful gaming brand in the history of gaming and makes more money than its competitors on gaming by a mile. And I wonder if that's important to note at a time when we're being pretty negative about the overall culture, the changes in the M&A. How do you feel about these numbers, especially the downfall or the shortfall rather, and the falling of PS4 behind or PS5 behind PS4, in which it's unclear if it'll ever really be able to catch up, and that's a shame because that doesn't portend very well for PS5's success compared to the console it's replacing.
Right. I feel like as far as the positive note here, I think it is worth mentioning and worth bringing up just because Sacred Symbols is a week-to-week PlayStation news podcast. And so if the news on a week-to-week beat feels negative, then that's how we're going to present things. It's not a broad strokes podcast, but it doesn't mean it's not worth looking at this and acknowledging it that, like, yeah, Sony is on top, like by a lot with PlayStation 5, and clearly has made a lot of the right moves to ensure this console is a giant success despite a competitor that is growing more and more formidable every week, it seems like, with a new announcement of something to be concerned about. And the success of this console during a global pandemic as well, despite major stock and inventory shortages. It's not anything to just, brush off. It's an amazing feat. It's funny thinking back to when we were doing this show before the PS5 launched and being like, oh yeah, there'll be some supply stuff and it'll be hard to get for a few months and then it'll go away. It'll get better. And then it didn't. And then we've estimated, oh, well, hopefully in 2022, it's going to get better. And it just doesn't seem to be getting better at all.
No, it's not. And so the shortfall is 15% that they had to cut or I'm sorry, the shortfall between PS4 and PS5 is 15% at this point. So that's only going to grow. And that's not good. Yeah.
No. Yeah. And so it's one of those things where I just don't even really know what to say about it anymore. This is as far as like the supply chain and whether it's there's shipping issues and there's issues with the silicon and stuff like that. It's gone so far beyond, I think, the reach of the three of us, and not saying that we're just going to raise a white flag and just say we're ignorant, we don't understand it. But I'm starting to be, in the words of Chris, a little baffled at this point.
You have anything to add here, Chris?
No, I mean, I think I did have a thought about the inertia of PlayStation 4 and how we had talked about on this podcast how that had carried a lot of goodwill into the PS5 generation, and how there's no doubt that how well PS4 did carry it over to how well PS5 is doing now. And I wonder, if this shortfall and if this difficulty getting their hands on the proper chipsets and getting and their difficulty meeting supply constraints is only dwindling that inertia faster than it otherwise would have, and giving kind of the competition a bit more of a leg up. I wonder how long it would have taken for PS5 to fall below PS4 had there not been the pandemic. That's the only thing I was thinking.
Yeah, well, no, I think you're right in the sense that it's entirely likely that if they could make as many as they want, then they would have sold more than they sold PS4.
Yeah.
And that's a shitty situation, and I think everyone's in it right now. But it goes to show you that maybe some of this more archaic technology, like Nintendo Switch, is dominating right now.
Yeah.
Mostly because it's just easier to find and easier to produce. And Nintendo finds itself in an advantageous situation because the components they need are just not as in demand. So there's a problem there. But I just wanted to paint the picture of PlayStation that's a little more accurate financially.
Yeah,
because
for sure.
It's worth noting, and I saw people saying this, like even after Microsoft bought Activision or announced that they were going to buy Activision on their financial calls for the quarter, it never even came up. Like from the Q&A, from investor Q&A, because they don't care about video games, right? Like it's the stakes are so much lower, which is why I feel like it's such a shame that their money is the one dictating the terms when the other companies are so much more reliant on games. Sony, mostly, Nintendo, wholly reliant on these games. Well, Microsoft could really just snap Xbox out of existence and they'd be fine. Wouldn't matter at all to them. And they're still cagey about things like game sales. They're still cagey about things like hardware sales. So whatever, we'll see what happens. But nonetheless, Sony's doing well. PS5's, I don't know, man. Good luck finding one. I keep saying, if you keep trying, and if you've really been trying, you should have found one by now. I do believe that. Number 3, beloved baseball game MLB The Show has a release date. The Show 22 will come to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 on April 5th. The game's cover athlete has also been revealed. Los Angeles Angels pitcher and outfielder Shohei Ohtani, arguably the most explosive player in Major League Baseball in decades, will grace the cover. That guy's fucking amazing. Just absolutely. I don't know if you know anything about that guy, but he is a Cy Young level award-winning all-star level pitcher and a 50 home run, 100 RBI hitter. It's just absolutely bonkers how good this guy is. Like old style, Babe Ruth style, just incredible. And he was playing in Japan all these years and just, I don't know, man, his best years. It would have been amazing to see what he could have done this whole time. But nonetheless, where am I here? Okay. Now, there are a few other notable issues here. As we know, the show now goes to Xbox 2, and MLB The Show 22 will again go to Xbox platforms and will again be a day one Game Pass game. For the first time ever, the game will also go to Nintendo Switch. This is all notable because all 3 platforms will be able to share progression between the platforms and crossplay between platforms as well. As is usual, the PS5 version will sport a $70 premium price tag, while the PS4 version will go to $60. The show, which has been running for 17 consecutive seasons, began on PS2 and PSP in 2006. It comes from Sony San Diego. It later came to PS3 and Vita as well. It's the only AAA baseball game licensed by the MLB in the world, and MLB The Show 21 was the 9th best-selling game in the United States in 2021, not counting its performance on Game Pass or its a la carte sales on the platform either. So this is an important point I wanted to bring up. MLB The Show 21, even though it was on Game Pass, was the 9th best-selling game in the United States, only counting its sales on PS4 and PS5. That's nuts. And as I said, because of the baseball labor strife right now, I feel like MLB The Show has the potential to be even bigger because it might be the only way you get MLB baseball this year. Well, that remains to be seen. Kurt Ferguson wrote in and said, hey guys, does it make sense for Sony to continue to pay a premium for the MLB license when their competitor just gets the game on their platform for free? With Microsoft putting the game on Game Pass, Sony isn't even going to get the 70% cut from each copy sold, as most Xbox gamers will just play the game on Game Pass. Microsoft is literally getting a AAA game for free that's completely paid for by Sony. Unlike other third-party games on Game Pass, where Microsoft has to at least pay the publishers a commission, Sony gets nothing because it's MLB that's forcing them to put the game on Xbox. This is now going to be an annual thing where we talk about how embarrassing it is for Sony that the show is on Game Pass day one while PlayStation gamers have to pay $70. It's Sony's only logical move to put the show on Spartacus day one and spare themselves the annual embarrassment. I wanted to read this because I don't think it's right. As far as I understand, MLB is the controlling factor. MLB would, as we understand, only renew the license with Sony if they agreed to go multi-platform, so they did. However, Sony is the publisher of the game. Sony is the publisher of the game on Xbox. Sony is the publisher of the game on Nintendo. By the way, this will be the first Sony developed game on Nintendo, I think, since Wipeout 64, maybe something like that, back in the day from Psygnosis. So it's been a long ass time in coming. But it's important to note that Sony as publisher is getting paid by Microsoft for that Game Pass game. Now, it might be possible that Sony is not allowed to say no. That might be possible. But there is no way that Microsoft is not paying Sony for that as well.
Yeah.
There's just no way that can be. I do think it's embarrassing. I think it's ridiculous, actually, that might, and I think it shows a great disrespect to Sony. I said that at the time. I'm like, MLB doesn't give a fuck about Sony because it makes them look so dumb to do this to them. But Sony is making enough money, and as I illustrated, Chris, the 9th best-selling game of the year in the United States was MLB The Show. So what do you think about the new game coming to Xbox, the new game also coming to Switch, complete cross progression, complete cross-play? Seems like a nice new Sony. Very interesting. I've been in that studio many times. Very interesting to think of them with Nintendo dev kits. It's almost unthinkable.
Yeah, it's so interesting how the same story from a year ago just somehow finds a way to get more interesting. It's like, oh, it's on Nintendo now. It's like,
and we knew
Christ.
it was coming, but we didn't know when. So it surprised me when I saw the box art. I was like, oh man, there it is.
Yeah, that few experiences in video games have been trippier than seeing the PlayStation logo pop up on a Game Pass game. When I tried out MLB The Show for the brief period of time that I tried it out, it's crazy and it's kind of cool. Like I think this is kind of neat. Like I know it's like disrespectful on the MLB's part, but you can't deny how interesting it is to see. Like you load up a Switch and see PlayStation Studios. That is crazy. Not something that I ever thought I would ever see, and yet here we are. So,
what do you think about this, Dustin? It seems like the sales suggest that maybe this wasn't even that big of a factor, and it, if anything, just promoted the game for free. Really, Sony's still getting money, probably lump sum payments. So I don't know. It seemed worse than it is. I do think it's, to Chris's point, it is disrespectful and embarrassing, but I don't know that it's nearly as, because they can just look at those sales data and be like, well, whatever, man. You know, like
they also got paid for it, you know, right. Like they got paid to put the game on Game Pass, you know, and surely, like, yeah, Game Pass is pretty huge on Xbox, and I would argue that it makes sense that you would assume most people who have Xboxes have Game Pass, but at the same time, or at least like active players, but at the same time, you know, there are a lot of Xbox consoles in general out in the wild. And, you know, I think Xbox Game Pass is at 25 million. I'm fairly certain there are more than 25 million Xbox One, Xbox One X's, Xbox Series X, Xbox, you know, under that banner, all of which run the same software. So there's a pretty healthy contingent of people who are probably on Xbox who probably also bought MLB The Show and got, you know, that surely happened. So as far as I'm concerned, it's just a benefit to Sony because they just get a lot more money, you know, which is embarrassing on the outset, but
yeah, go on.
You know, that's what I was thinking, is just that I'm sure that when the negotiations with the MLB happened and they said, if you want this, you got to make it multi-plat. I'm sure that was a blow to them because they knew that there were probably a decent percentage of people that chose PlayStation over any other console because of that. You know, the only MLB baseball game. I know someone that was in this case that went with PlayStation because of MLB The Show. But at the same time, now, Jim Ryan, we are going multi-platform. You got to think that maybe they're like, well, we kind of can make a shitload of money releasing this game elsewhere. I would imagine the MLB The Show on Switch is going to sell like crazy because it is a portable MLB baseball game that's of really high quality. And people will probably buy it on Switch, and they'll get it on Game Pass, and they'll get it on PlayStation. So, and like you said in the write-up here, the 9th best-selling game in the United States, despite Game Pass. So yeah,
that explicitly does not count any Xbox sales data explicitly.
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah. So not even Xbox.
It doesn't even count a la carte sales on Xbox.
Okay. Yeah. So even, I mean, that just supports the point even further. Definitely. That, yeah, they may have been a little disappointed when it happened, but now they're probably like, well, I'm guessing the money is quite high on releasing this all over the place. So in the end, it's not so bad. It's got a little bit of a silver lining.
Yeah. It's like making a lot of money on like a dare, you know, like, you gotta run through Times Square in a dress and you'll get like $2 million. Like, well, you know, that sucks that I had to do that, but I'll take $2 million, whatever.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that if you're looking for new PlayStation products, like this throughout even the worst times for PlayStation during the early PS3 era, this series was huge, always. And
yeah,
It's always been big. It's always been very well respected. The MLB is all over marketing it. It has real baseball players. It's how I met a bunch of players when I was at IGN because they come in and promote the game. So it is interesting. I actually think that bigger than it being on Game Pass is being on Switch. And
huge.
I think that could just blow that game up in such a good way for Sony. We'll see. Because I don't think baseball is an old school game. It's a slow game. It's a old Americana game, and it's beautiful on PS5. But I don't think a lot of people give a shit. And I think people would kind of be happy to play it on Switch in bed. I mean, we were playing Baseball Stars on fucking NES in 1989, and it looked like shit, but we loved it because it's baseball.
I mean, MLB The Show even on PSP.
Right, of course, and the Vita versions and all the rest. They were releasing the show on PS2 until 2012. True story.
Crazy.
Number 4, in a surprising twist, you'll have the option to play Ghostwire Tokyo on your PlayStation 5 sooner than you may think. The game launches on March 25th. Word comes by way of a post to PlayStation social feeds, which announced the release dates alongside the reveal of a Ghostwire-centric state of play that, by the time the show will be seen and heard, has already happened. There's little else to say then, other than that we'll have this game in our hands in less than 2 months. Revealed at E3 2019, Ghostwire Tokyo is the third game from the Bethesda-owned team Tango Gameworks, which now falls under the Xbox first-party umbrella. However, deals were in place before the Microsoft acquisition that assured PS5 would get Ghostwire, as well as another Bethesda-published game, Arcane's Deathloop, as year-long console exclusives. Tango, founded by legendary survival horror director and designer Shinji Mikami, is a Japanese team only known for one other franchise, The Evil Within. The original Evil Within launched on PS3 and PS4 in 2014, while its sequel came to PlayStation 4 in 2017. Mike W. wrote in, said, "Hey CDC, with it basically confirmed that Ghostwire Tokyo is coming out in March," it's not basically, it is confirmed, "I gotta ask, is Bethesda just sending this game out to die? Since its reveal in 2019, we've heard very little about the game and its seemingly troubled development only for the marketing to begin a short time before its supposed launch. Do you think this is cause for concern, or is it just a result of Sony having too many games to release this year that some might not get as much attention as others? Thanks for all you do." Chris, this was a big surprise to me. I couldn't believe how soon they're going to release this game, and I think it's completely ominous. Now, I don't know if that's going to pan out. I hope the game looks great. I hope it is, but I don't know what's going on here. I have theories, and my theories are mostly about what Microsoft is trying to do to get out of this deal as quickly as possible. Because the quicker they can get this game out, the quicker that it's off their books, and the quicker they can get it on Game Pass. And I think that they're probably pretty acceptable. Like, I'm surprised by how well received Deathloop was, because in my experience, I was like, this is cool, but this is not a revolutionary game in any way, shape, or form. And I kind of maybe feel like this game might fall into the same category in which Bethesda is happy and Microsoft is happy to say, listen, we're getting a 7 or an 8 out the door. Bye. And then we'll have it on Game Pass later and we can just be done with this. And so I think that they have no real reason to slave over Ghostwire Tokyo beyond 1 inch what's in the contract that they signed. And I think that that's kind of what you're seeing here. Anyway, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think similarly, where I feel like they just want to be out of this awkward period of time where they're publishing timed exclusive games on a competitor console. I think this is not going to be something that people are crunching on. Right. I don't see that necessarily.
Yeah, I was going to say I want to be clear in the sense that I don't think that they're saying like wiping their ass and being we're done with this game.
No.
But I do think that they're not that concerned about this game compared to other projects.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if I would not be surprised if this game is another like Deathloop, in the sense that, not in the sense that it's as divisive, but in the sense that a lot of people are probably going to really like it. And I hope I'm one of them, because I wasn't one of them with Deathloop, and I hope that this is like the second chance of these two awkward Bethesda PlayStation exclusive titles. But yeah, my gut tells me that this is, you don't you don't launch it, so you don't announce a release date this soon if you're trying to like get people excited, like typically it's, I could imagine maybe 6 months, be like, hey, it's coming out in 6 months, like almost how Fallout 4 was announced, where it's like, hey, here's the game and it's coming out in 6 months or whatever. This does not strike me as that.
Yeah, it wasn't even. It was like 4 months. And I think it's funny you brought up Fallout 4 in 2015, because that was the exact game I was thinking of too. The difference here, though, is, Chris, and I guess I'll throw it over to Dustin.
They didn't announce it, obviously.
Right, is that we know about this game already. I think it would have been much more compelling, although impossible, if they came out, Dustin, with a AAA horror game and they were like, the game comes out in 6 weeks. And the first you ever knew about it was when they told you that. That's fucking cool. I think that's mostly impossible in the industry to do, because there are too many people telling secrets. I hear from them all the time. And I think also it hurts marketing. And some people, I think, look at Fallout 4 as maybe that being a mistake, because we never really had time at the same time to judge it. We were just so excited that it existed and that it was coming so quickly. They had no time to think about it. It's almost discombobulating. So what do you make of this? Of course, this game notably lost its director in the middle of development as well. And I'm not going to watch the state of play because I don't want to see anymore. I'm going to play it, but I'm not hopeful. What do you think?
I think the writing is on the wall here. Evil Within 2. I know there's a lot of people that like these games, but if we look at the critical response, each of these games are, let's see, Evil Within 1, 75, Evil Within 2, 76. Not bad by no means.
2, 80.
Something to think about right there. So there's that. There's that angle of it. Then you mentioned the fact that it lost its director during development, and how we've seen gameplay clips and stuff like that, but suddenly all this is just getting dumped on us all at once. So we got a release date. We're getting this thing, which, Colin, when we did our Sacred Symbols Plus, we had a back and forth about actually corrections and stuff. But this is for my point here. If you search what this thing, Ghostwire Tokyo, it's not a state of play. It is not granted the status of state of play. It is listed as Ghostwire Tokyo February 2022 official showcase. Not a state of play. So
also to your point, no PlayStation blog post.
No PlayStation. Yeah, that's right. I think that's a great point that you brought up. This game, there is, like I said, maybe when the state of play comes out, I mean, the listeners are listening to this on Friday. Maybe the state of play is fucking awesome. I would love that. I want the best for Ghostwire Tokyo. But as it stands right now on Thursday, as we record this podcast, and you think about the details I just listed, not confident.
Yeah, let's put it in the other direction to not be too conspiratorial. If Sony had a good second or a third party exclusive on their hands, like a really good game, they would say so. There's no reason for them not to play this game up unless, and here's the other angle, they are so hesitant to praise or give any more attention to something that they don't own and that is being made by a competitor and that will ultimately find its way to Game Pass, that they're just like, we're not doing the free marketing for this game. And there could be something to that too. I don't know that it goes that way. See, the thing is, the reason I don't think it goes that way is because Tango is not Arcane. No offense. And I would argue that Tango is the weakest studio in that family. So, I mean, you're talking about id, Arcane, Bethesda Game Studios, Machine Games. I mean, these are real powerhouses. And I don't think Tango is that team. So maybe we'll see. And I brought up the point too that they lost its director. Now the claim is that she got pregnant and went away, but I don't like that excuse because women work in the industry all over the place. They get pregnant and have kids all over the place. And you want to know what the evidence is of that? Why don't you go read a AAA games production baby list next time you beat it? People are having babies left, right, and center on teams. Men, women, places in high on the hierarchy.
They'd be fornicating during development.
They'd be fornicating, yeah. Men are, their wives or their girlfriends, whatever, having babies. Women having babies, obviously, the very top to the very bottom. So I don't like this excuse. I think that it portends poorly for any game to lose its director, and it rarely turns out well. It turns out well for games that are consistent. So like Siege is on its fifth or fourth, director at this point, but the game's been out for 7 years. And then you have games like Final Fantasy 12 that somehow worked, even though it had two different directors. But it's rare. So I'm not optimistic about this one, but we'll see. And maybe it'll look great. I don't know. You're right. Maybe it will look. And I'll play it one way. I'm going to buy it one way or the other. So we'll see. Number 5, In a surprising but mostly welcome move, Yacht Club Games has finally revealed its next game. It's called Mina the Hollower, and if Shovel Knight was an ode to NES side-scrolling platformers and action games, then Mina is an ode to the Game Boy and Game Boy Color Zelda games like Link's Awakening and Oracles of Ages and Seasons. I'll be still my beating heart. The surprise comes not in the form of the game itself, but rather Yacht Club has opted to kickstart it. It was fully funded with a moderate ask of $300,000 or so in less than a day, and will no doubt end up in the several millions of dollars raised range. Yacht Club, founded in 2011 by ex-Way Forward employees, launched Shovel Knight to Wii U, 3DS, and PC in 2014. It came to PS3, PS4, and Vita in 2015. DLC followed in 2015, 2017, and 2019 as well. Mina will be the first internally developed project since, and is limiting itself strictly to the dimensions and color palette of the Game Boy Color. 4 colors per 8x8 pixel tile, and no 3D or other tricks. Fuck yeah. However, some people aren't satisfied with their explanation as to why they're going to Kickstarter. Here's what they said in part, quote, "Compared to our original Kickstarter, we're not in dire straits. We're financing a majority of Mina the Hollower's development internally. Our main reason for launching a Kickstarter this time is to build a brand new universe in the same way we did it with our first game, Shovel Knight, with our community involved in creating something special along with us," end quote. Now, a couple of things I need to say off the top. First of all, I'm very close to this studio, so you can take anything I say with a grain of salt. In fact, they tell the story, and I've said it before, that they targeted me intentionally, knowing that I would be so in love with Shovel Knight that I wouldn't help but be able to gush about it. And they tell that story on 8-4 podcast, which is a great, a very popular Japanese podcast. And so I'm friendly with them, and I wrote the introduction to the official art book for Shovel Knight. And when I saw this go up, Chris, I emailed them and I was like, "Are you looking for investors? Because I want in. This game looks fucking dope." I haven't heard back from them, but I always think about, like, they asked for like $60,000 for Shovel Knight, and it's like, oh my god, like that's nothing for what you had. How did no one want to publish this thing? So some people are concerned about the Kickstarter. We'll talk about that. But I just want to know what you think of the game, and if you think this is a surprise. I was really pleasantly surprised by this. I want more Shovel Knight, but what I was afraid was going to happen was they were going to make a new game that was more modern. And what they actually did was make a new game that is less modern. And to that, I am very respectful. So what do you think?
Yeah, it's even more retro than Shovel Knight is in a lot of ways. So like, it looks cool. It looks I really appreciate pixel art, and I think I've played. I mean, even things like the Messenger and Celeste and Cyber Shadow as of late were like some of the standouts in my view. This kind of top down. I'm not gonna lie, these top down like kind of like Zelda-esque games, they don't really jive with me as much as pure side scrollers do. I don't know what it is about them. There were a few. There were like Link's Awakening was one of them that I enjoyed a lot, and Link to the Past and stuff like that. But I don't know. I think I'm curious about this one more than I'm excited about it. But I was pleasantly surprised to see them not just do another Shovel Knight. As much as I know you want that, it can be. It sucks to see a studio just kind of be that studio. Like, oh, hey, Shovel Knight until we die. It's cool. It's cool that they were able to just kind of come out of the blue with something different. The Kickstarter nature is a bit suspicious to me, a little weird, but at the same time, they don't really. This is a studio that hasn't really done anything to garner negative will, so I'm not that concerned about it.
Before we talk about the Kickstarter, Dustin, I wanted to ask you what Alex Watson wrote in about. He says, "Hey, gents. With the announcement of Mina the Hollower as Yacht Club's next game, I think we can pretty much rule out a proper Shovel Knight sequel anytime in the next decade. Wondering if you guys are bummed about that or happy to see them go in a new direction. Personally, I think the new game looks pretty dope. What do you think?" We're both, fans, especially with Shovel Knight kind of being part of the amiibo situation and kind of having a lot of staying power. I think it's surprising to some people to see them abandon it for now, but I think the writing was on the wall because of the DLC support, which I think was a huge mistake. I know that they promised it, but I just don't understand why they followed through on it. I don't think anyone would have been mad if they didn't make those games, and we could have gotten like a proper sequel, but we didn't. So what do you think about this?
I think that Alex mentions it being in the next decade. I think that we have the mindset of the fact that it took them so long with Shovel Knight in order to meet these Kickstarter goals, and they really wanted to do it right, to their credit. with this new game, I don't know if I see this as a 10-year project for them. I didn't look to see like what their stretch goals are for Kickstarter, but I would expect this to be a more traditional release. So does that mean we won't get Shovel Knight 2 in the next decade? I don't know, but I think that they've learned from the Kickstarter goals of their past that really kept them chained to Shovel Knight for so long. So overall, though, I'm a bit mixed on this. I don't know if mission statement is the right word, or the goal of this game to keep it very strict to the color palette. You said the 8x8 pixel tile, stuff like that. It's cool to do that, but at the same time, I think one of the aspects of Shovel Knight that I really liked was that it felt like it could be an NES game, but it was willing to compromise. Doesn't feel like the right word, but it was willing to go further than the NES in certain aspects in order to make the game better. So it's an interesting, I feel like as a developer, the idea of making this your challenge is cool, but I would want to make sure that the game is served first and foremost, which, knowing Yacht Club, they'll do a fantastic job. But I'm also with Chris in that a game of this style particularly just doesn't speak to me as much as a traditional side scroller or other types of old school games. But either way, it's Yacht Club. It's going to be awesome, most likely. So I'll check it out no matter what.
Yeah, we don't have target dates yet. I think they're targeting the end of 2023 for delivery on Kickstarter. It's PS4 and PS5, I think, and other consoles. I'm interested in seeing more, but I am curious about the kind of controversy around it. Elia Staroverov wrote in and said, Colin, this one is for you. What do you think of Yacht Club doing a Kickstarter for their new game? I don't have a big problem with it because I'm sure they will deliver, but something about it still feels a bit gross. I don't really get it, to be honest. And I don't think they needed to do this. I think it's hedging their bets and maybe doing a little marketing and recapturing the zeitgeist of the original Shovel Knight, which was on, it's easy to remember. Kickstarted almost 10 years ago. So it's been a long time. I like that they're straightforward. There's like no stretch goals, I think, or like there's no like extraneous shit. It's very straightforward. They're not going to get trapped, like you said. And I don't know that the power is in the consumer's hands. If we have a problem with this, then don't support it, but it's way too late. I mean, the thing is murdering on Kickstarter right now. I just don't think people mind. But from their perspective, I would be curious to talk to them and really mine the answer more, because I'm not satisfied with that answer. It's not a good answer. I think they could have just been more straightforward and said, like, listen, we're a small studio and we need to hedge our bets. And we're just not able to, safely facilitate the full production of this game. But I don't think that that's the case. So do you feel weird about it, Dustin?
I feel like my theory about this is that Kickstarter is a platform that people are familiar with, much like, not like, but in a way, people are familiar with Patreon and stuff like that. And a lot of these Kickstarter goals involve collaboration with them. Like I think it's probably full now, but there was a tier where you could like help design aspects of the game with Yacht Club. And so my theory is that the idea of using a Kickstarter also lends to that it's just a platform in order to facilitate this community and interaction with the fans that want to support the game during development. I would argue that if you're Yacht Club and you have, I'm assuming, a lot of money from Shovel Knight, is that you got to could you build some kind of platform that's specifically to your needs on your own website? That way you don't need to pay the Kickstarter fees and stuff like that. It doesn't seem like it would be impossible to do, but that's kind of like us with Last Stand. Not that it's completely comparable, but we stay and we remain on Patreon because people understand the platform. They support other creators there. It's easy to ask someone to support you if all they got to do is add you to their list. And so that might be part of the thought process too, is that they liked the way that they could alert their backers throughout development. They could share pictures or videos or a new song or whatever. And that community is already used to that on Kickstarter. And so that makes sense. Again, I don't, it's definitely not necessary. I mean, I don't want to say definitely. I don't know the financial situation of Yacht Club Games, but based on the success of Shovel Knight, I don't think that was necessary. But based on the feature set of Kickstarter, I think that might be what they're going for.
Yeah, fair enough. We'll keep a close eye out. I'm really excited about this. If you guys want to go check it out again, it's called Mina the Hollower. And yeah, it reminds me a lot of Oracles of Ages and Oracles of Seasons, which were Capcom developed Zelda games at the turn of the century. And I loved those games. I wasn't as big of a fan of I think Link's Awakening is actually fairly overrated as a Zelda game, but those two games I was really, really fond of. So cool to see them invoking those. Number 6, Battlefield 2042 is officially a mess, and its own publisher is the first to admit it. As reported by IGN, Electronic Arts notes the game, quote, did not meet expectations, end quote, when it came to sales, and told investors in an earnings call the following in part, quote, developing this game with our teams working from home for nearly 2 years ultimately proved to be challenging. Though our process of testing and preparation, we believed the experience was ready to be put into our players' hands. We launched with strong stability. However, as more players experienced the full game, it became clear that there were unanticipated performance issues that we would need to address. Some of the design choices we made with the game also did not resonate with everyone in our community, end quote. Launched in the fall of 2021, the DICE-developed shooter immediately met with headwinds. The results are bad enough that prior to the earnings call, the developer already confirmed that it's delaying future content so that the core experience can be fixed. The letter to the audience reads in part, quote, we have heard you, so we are heavily invested and committed to the future of Battlefield 2042, working on taking action on multiple fronts to address feedback and implement extensive fixes to the game, key features that are important to you, and getting team play where it needs to be. The game's first content season has thus been shifted from earlier this year into the summer. In the meantime, updates will be launched on the fly, adding much requested features. DICE, once famous for its work in the Battlefield franchise, which began in 2002, is far more notable these days for its Frostbite engine, on which EA runs most of its games. Chris, you had a visceral reaction to this. How do you feel?
No, cause, I mean, like, what do you mean? Like, you didn't anticipate? Oh, we thought it was like totally fine that people were driving boats up skyscrapers at 15 frames a second. Like, are you kidding? Like, what do you mean? It bothers me when it's just so patently dishonest. Like, there's no way you didn't know the game was in this state.
Yeah, I'm confused what could have happened to make it break the way that they didn't anticipate it was going to. That makes no sense.
It's not possible. It's not possible. It's just straight up not possible. Because I remember being invited to a preview stream. Like you could log into a press account for EA or something early and play Battlefield 2042. And we couldn't talk about it at the time because obviously there was an embargo thing. And I just didn't bother bringing it up in the future because I just didn't really bother with it. But I played for about 40 minutes in this preview period, of which we only had access to the game for about 2 hours, which is already super suspicious. But it was way broken even in that preview environment where people were getting their impressions. It was unstable. It ran really poorly. I was watching people clip through the fucking ground, and I was like, all right, well, this is an experience. It hopefully it's ironed out by launch, but we know how that went. And I don't know, man. This is they really fucked up. People went back to Battlefield 5 and repopulated that to a degree that way overshadowed 2042. And Battlefield 5, I'll remind you, wasn't super well received either. Battlefield 5, I think Battlefield 1 was the last one that people were like, this is a good one. And this is stable and this works. There were people who didn't like it, who thought it was a little too arcadey. I personally loved Battlefield 1. I thought it was great. But Battlefield 5 was panned immediately. And it had that weird failed battle royale mode that nobody liked. And just the idea that people have flocked away from this game to the previous entry, which was not good. Even hackers are abandoning 2042 because not enough people are playing it.
Not enough people to mess with.
Dude, that's a real story. That's real. Like people are hackers and people who make cheats for games abandon 2042 because not enough people play it.
It's awesome.
It's crazy.
I love that.
The clusterfuck of this game. I understand like Cyberpunk is a whole nother thing where it's like, oh, you know, that it was a mess for a lot of people and it got pulled off the PlayStation Store. I would argue genuinely like you could argue this is a way bigger clusterfuck than Cyberpunk, only in the sense that I know people who had positive experiences with Cyberpunk. I don't know anybody right now who's playing or who thinks fondly or even remotely positively of 2042. And I know a lot of people who play FPSs and a lot of people who were excited about Battlefield. Crazy.
What do you think, Dustin?
Just another example of the EA effect, whatever we want to call it, the EA effect on the studios that they purchase, just a complete downward spiral of DICE. Think about the downward spiral of BioWare. And some companies that I think time has started to forget, like, is it Maxis, right? SimCity?
Oh, yeah, Maxis, yeah.
Just completely down the shitter with that one.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know,
I forgot.
We'll praise EA when it's deserved for games like It Takes Two, the funding and willing to take risks with that.
Yeah.
The success of Respawn in recent years. Sure, that's cool, but it just sucks to see them completely kill stuff. And I'm not saying that it's just EA, right? Like, surely DICE has had a hand in their own downfall as well.
That's the whole thing, man. What do they even mean anymore? What does that even mean anymore?
It's just that you can clearly see the games before EA and the games after, and how it's just like just a downward trend.
DICE is just a name now. And dude, I know I don't know about you, Dustin. I don't know if you play a lot of Battlefield. I know Colin doesn't really dabble in multiplayer stuff, but dude, Battlefield 2042 does not have a scoreboard.
What?
Yeah, you're baffled
that's
by
going to
that,
be ended in March. Yeah.
Yeah, they're adding the scoreboard in March so you can tell how many kills you have and how many points you've accrued in a match. It's not currently there.
So wait, is the idea that your actions, you're focused on winning as a team over individual, which I can understand wanting to try to push players to do that, but I'm sorry, you can't make players not focus on their own individual stats. It's not how a game like that will ever work.
It's just even beyond just the functionality, just so many design decisions that I just cannot understand with that game. It's such a mess.
I wonder. Well, let me read this. Fernando wrote in. Said, gents, on a 2019 episode of the show, both Colin and Chris agreed the price increase of PS5 would also bring an uptick in quality. During that discussion, you also said how you would be shocked if Cyberpunk launched in a broken state. We all know how that went. More recently, Battlefield launched in an awful state, and DICE announced they're going to take 6 months or so to launch Season 1. Warzone has been a buggy mess since the Vanguard integration in early December. FIFA has a content crisis every other week. Halo wasn't broken, but also has its problems in their launch game modes. How did we get to this situation where game studios have no shame at all in releasing broken games, breaking them with the updates and leaving them in a state for weeks on end? All we get from them are comments like, we're working hard, thank you for your patience. People like to blame the publishers, the suits, but at what point should these developers start getting flack for consistently shitting the bed without any kind of accountability? People should be getting fired over these fuck-ups, but seemingly a tweet apologizing seems to be all they offer. What are your thoughts on this? This is interesting. There's no doubt that there's a deficit of talent at some of these studios. No doubt about it. Not every studio is going to be able to hit, home runs every time they come to the plate. But I still feel like the publishers are the ones that are responsible. If DICE was its own team funding its own games, that's different. But they're letting DICE do whatever they want, I guess. And there doesn't seem to be any consequences, because you think EA would come and be like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And we have to abandon this game now, basically, and you're done. And it would show other developers, I guess, that they're serious, because remember, they created a small constellation of studios to support Battlefield. Now all of these teams are being sucked under, like Gothenburg. I think they used to be called Ghost Story, or not Ghost Story, Ghost Games, right? Some of the guys that did Need for Speed. Now they're beholden to DICE. You have Ripple Effect in Los Angeles that used to be DICE LA that is beholden to this game. You're creating a whole ecosystem that no one even gives a shit about anymore because it's not good. And Fernando, the question is, how do we get to this place? I don't know. I think publishers in part allowed this to happen. I think developers in part allowed this to happen. But I also think that criticizing individuals is not really effective, because it's not like a football game where there's a play and the quarterback gets sacked and fumbles the ball and loses the ball. And that's the play. And we can see who was responsible, and they got through the offensive line. So it's this guy's fault, and the quarterback didn't roll out this way. So it's kind of his fault. Game development happens over 4 or 5 years. There are all these moving parts. It's impossible to even probably say from the outside what went wrong, but internally they definitely know who the weak links are. And I think DICE is getting a pass because of Frostbite. And I think this obsession EA has with an engine, which I don't blame them. Every publisher has this obsession with getting engines because it removes massive parts of their cost and allows them to create tools that they don't have to go and get middleware and all these things. Very complicated. But I don't know, Fernando. I'm frustrated by it too. You guys want to make EA hear you loud and clear. Stop buying EA games. But you won't. Number 7.
We hear you.
A compelling leak indicates that Supermassive Games' ongoing horror series, the Dark Pictures Anthology, will indeed see its promised 8-game run through, and that production may be both more organized and further along than we had assumed. A sleuth on social media mined the database of the European Union Intellectual Property Office, finding 5 Dark Pictures related filings complete with logos. As reported by website Video Games Chronicle, all of the trademarks belong definitively to Supermassive, and the titles are as follows: The Craven Man, Directive 8020, Winterfold, Zero Death, and Intercession. It's unclear what order they may be presented in or what any of them are about, though you could glean some clues from the logos themselves. For instance, I think the Intercession logo seems to indicate it might be like something from the Renaissance or something like some older thing, which is kind of neat. It's unclear what order they might be presented in or what any of them are about, though you could... I'm sorry, I already said that. Supermassive, based in the UK, originally started as a Sony second-party studio and worked on a number of games across PS3, Vita, PS4, and PSVR. Their biggest game was no doubt the PS4 exclusive 2015 horror game Until Dawn, though the team was also responsible for Killzone's PS3 port in 2012, the PS Move game Sackboy's Prehistoric Moves in 2010, and more recently, PSVR games The Inpatient and Bravo Team, both launched in 2018. Starting in 2019, the team settled into a cadence of releasing a new game in the Dark Pictures Anthology on PS4 and later PS5, including Man of Medan, Little Hope, and House of Ashes. These games, along with future projects, are assumed to be published by Bandai Namco. Supermassive was also working on a game for Google Stadia, though, as reported on this show. The game is now being published by Take-Two. All right, so Dustin, let's start with you. What do you make of this? It seems like they're really going to go all the way. We were kind of wondering if they were going to get cut off in between, because remember that the upcoming game, the 4th one, says that it's the end of season 1. And we had kind of wondered, are they kind of going to just not do this? And it seems like that's not the case. It seems like they are quite ready. The logos are really cool. You can glean a little bit of information from them. What do you think of this? Didn't you recently play one of these games, or am I making that up?
So when we were figuring out Christmas content in advance, we were thinking about doing one, right. House of Ashes, and I bought it, and then I never ended up playing it, which I still want to.
Me too. I still want to play them all. I just don't know when that's going to happen.
Dude, those games are super fun if you've got, some friends over. It's a great... I don't have any friends. So. Well, maybe, we could maybe play it together. Colin, I don't know. You love playing games with other people. Mm-hmm. But so I never ended up playing that one, but I did play Man of Medan, and it was fine. It's not Until Dawn level, but it was interesting nonetheless. I love looking at these logos, like you said, Colin, specifically this one, Directive 8020. I'm wondering if that's some kind of like futuristic. They got the moon in there, so maybe it has some kind of sci-fi horror element to it. I'm wondering if, since they have all of these trademarked and these there's other projects in the works, if they're going to start ramping these up and try to release them two a year, maybe. That way they're not spending the next 5 years working on this project if they have other ambitions outside of that.
They do have other ambitions. They definitely do. So yeah, you might be right. I don't know. Nordisk owns them, which is like a film entity. And so I wonder what their intention is with this. I do think that Supermassive, in some ways, we talked about it. Supermassive's PSVR games were not very good. But I do think Sony made a mistake by not getting in bed with them after Until Dawn. Because I just think Until Dawn felt like it fit. It's like, yeah, this game makes sense. It's like Quantic Dream. And I think that Sony was like, oh, we kind of already have a Quantic Dream. And I think that was a mistake. Chris, what do you make of these reveals that I guess Dark Pictures will go for at least 5 more years, 6 more years, technically, I guess?
Yeah. I don't know if I'm all that enthused by these games, just to be honest. Like, I just feel like I'm wondering if it's worth committing. It's almost like somebody who it's like they're telling a joke and it's going on like a really like it's going on a little bit long, and you wonder if it's better if they just get to the punchline like now and maybe try something else. It kind of feels like we're in the middle of this like really, really long joke, and I'm like waiting for the punchline. I'm waiting for it to be like worth it, and it's not there yet. And the thought of having like how many more of these? Like 5
plus the one that's I guess it's gonna be 5 more. Yeah, the original deal was for 8, so it actually got extended.
Yeah, I don't know, like, because I tried. I'll be real. I wasn't like necessarily the biggest fan of Until Dawn either. Like, I thought it was cool. It was like fun to watch, but actually playing it, I didn't really find myself enjoying it all that much. And then what was the first one that came out of this
Man of Medan?
Was it Man of Medan, the first one?
Yeah.
I watched a friend of mine play it, and I was just like, this looks kind of not interesting at all. Like, I know there's one that I think is about. I think, Colin, you and I were talking about that the premise seems interesting because it's like about war or whatever. Like,
I think one of them takes place during Iraq or Afghanistan, which is awesome.
Yeah, that's House of Ashes.
Yeah, that one, that's
House of
cool.
Ashes, right?
I mean, that's a cool idea.
That idea is like really cool, but at the same time, like, I don't know how confident I am that it's going to be fun to play, like, or how engaging. So it's got a lot of potential on paper, but I don't know. I'll check these out as they appear and decide whether or not I want to play them based on how appealing they are to me. But knowing my tastes and knowing how I feel about the games that they've put out so far, I don't imagine that these are going to make much of a splash for me, which is disappointing because that means Supermassive is just kind of off the table for me for quite a while, before I can expect something that is like maybe a little bit different, or maybe something that I might gravitate to a little bit more than whatever it is that they're doing. So not super enthralled.
Fair enough. We'll wait and see. I'm sure we'll hear from them next fall. What I'm more curious about is when Take-Two will announce that they're working with them too. Yeah. All right, let's see here. Number 8. If you were looking forward to playing Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League later this year on PlayStation 5, well, don't. Reporting from website Bloomberg indicates the game has been delayed and won't launch until 2023. Announced in 2020 and in development since 2016, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League will be the first project from WB-owned Team Rocksteady since 2015, when it launched the third of its Batman games, PS4's Batman Arkham Knight. The team had previously developed 2009's surprise hit Batman Arkham Asylum and its 2011 sequel, Arkham City, both on PlayStation 3. Rocksteady also delivered a Batman PSVR experience in 2016 when the headset launched. Their new game, like Arkham Knight, is an early next-gen exclusive and will forego release on PlayStation 4, so it's entirely possible the delay has as much to do with finishing the game as it does making sure there are enough people out there with machines that can even buy it. Trevor Myers wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, this morning Jason Schreier put out an article saying that Suicide Squad game will be delayed until 2023. This is possible, however unlikely, as we have seen a lot more of it than we have of Hogwarts Legacy, and that is still scheduled for release this year. It also hasn't been confirmed by Rocksteady as at the time of writing this inquiry. My question is, why do other sites trust what Jason reports as much as they do, even after this hit piece on Ken Levine and constant complaining about crunch? I don't know, Trevor. I think you're talking about two different things. The game's not coming out until 2023. There's no way that they would have reported that if it's not true. What I would be more curious about here is, I said that I heard that Hogwarts Legacy will not make it either. I don't know if that's true or not, but I heard that from someone who would know. But right now, the intention is to get Hogwarts and Gotham Knight out in 2022, and then Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League as a next-gen exclusive next year. Chris, how do you feel about this delay?
Annoyed. because that was on my fantasy draft.
Oh man, yeah, that's rough. But that's why we picked too many games. I mean, so
that's true. That is true. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I guess take your time. Like I'm never going to be like, oh man, I'm so sad that a game is delayed. I'm pretty aware that usually it results in a better product. Although I will say, man, we're getting games that have been delayed, and then they come out and then they're still fucking broken. So part of me is just like, are we even getting the benefit of these delays in the first place when it comes to these things? Because we could talk all day about like Cyberpunk being broken, right? But that game was delayed endlessly, it's constantly delayed. And we were like, oh, well, at least we're going to get a functioning game. And it's like, well, no, it turns out. Yeah, you don't even know anymore.
I think it's funny because with the situation as it stands with Justice League, I think the biggest question is just what's going on with Rocksteady. I mean, I feel like we're going to have to start asking that question. This is too long. And I feel like we're just going to hear about COVID for fucking ever with people's excuses. And I'm not compelled by these excuses anymore because good games are coming out. Great games are coming out. Some of them were built mostly during COVID. Some of them didn't turn out well. These are just excuses. Dustin, I wonder what you make of this surprise. I don't think it has anything to do with Jason's reporting. Like, this is true. I just don't see a possibility in which Bloomberg would put its name on this. So what do you make of this delay?
Yeah, I think it's perfectly reasonable to question what's going on with this game since it's been in development since 2016. I think, though, at this point, I wouldn't say that the delay is concerning, being that we have seen gameplay. It looks promising, and I think you're right in that it could be multi-factor. It could be a multi-factor in that there might as well wait if they need more time to polish the game and it's next gen only and they need some time in order to let more and more consoles get out there. It seems kind of like a win-win situation, but it comes off of also a game that's been in some form of development since 2016. So it does read poorly because of that. But I'm still looking forward to it, but we'll see when it comes out. Do you guys think it's weird that this news has been out there for a little while now and they have not commented on it yet? You might as well just say it at this point.
Yeah, I don't know what I think. I don't know if WB has had their financial calls yet, and maybe they're waiting to do it all at the same time. But I am here. I've heard from a reliable source that like WB Games' operation is just not very efficient right now. Like, it's just not. A lot of these games are just kind of getting stuck. I think they're going to all be great. But what I wonder about this, just from a philosophical point of view, or maybe just a curiosity point of view, I shouldn't even say philosophical, is this an opportunity for WB Montreal to finally get its comeuppance by releasing Gotham Knights and it being better than what Rocksteady makes? Is it possible? It's definitely possible. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I always disliked the disrespect they got with Arkham. What was that? Arkham Origins, right? But to be fair, it has been even longer since those motherfuckers have released a game. So yeah, I don't know what's going on over there, but WB Studios are clearly not managed well. All right. Number 9 is a wrap-up. Website IGN reports The Witcher in-game card game Gwent is the new subject of a standalone game called Project Golden Necker, and it will launch on PlayStation later in 2022. The website also reports that co-op-centric Evil Dead game, originally due out in February on PS4 and PS5, will now launch on both platforms on May 13th. Website Gamatsu reports horror RPG Chernobylite comes to PS5 on April 21st, and sandbox platformers Koa and the Five Pirates of Mara and Mika and the Witch's Mountain, both of look pretty cute, come to PS4 and PS5 at some point in 2022. And finally, publisher Capcom revealed new sales data accurate up to the end of 2021. The king of all Capcom games remains Monster Hunter World, which sits at 17.8 million copies sold. Its Iceborne expansion is at 8.8 million. Devil May Cry 5, brought up earlier, is at 4.8 million units, while Street Fighter 5 sits at 6.1 million. Meanwhile, in the realm of Resident Evil, 7 is at 10.6 million. 2 remake is at 9.3 million. Village is at 5.7 million, and 3 remake is at 4.9 million. Very respectable numbers for all those.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Tradition dictates as we get to the end of the show. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. Join us over there to submit these questions on the weekly thread. Get early ad-free access to the show, access to Sacred Symbols Plus, get your name in the credits, join Discord, all the rest. We would love to have you. Let's start with Macro. And I checked, it's Macro, not Marco. Greetings, Crusty Dustbin. This question is mostly for Dustin, but the C-Men's input is always appreciated. Dustin, your disinterest in Souls-likes is, I'm sorry, I think he meant your interest, by the way. Your interest in Souls-likes is widely known.
No, he's right.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Because I'm not interested in imitators.
Oh,
usually.
I see. All right, so let me read it again. Dustin, your disinterest in Souls-likes is widely known, and with last week's talk of Jedi Fallen Order, there you go. I was thinking, do you consider Fallen Order a Souls-like? What about it does or does not make it one? I've gone back and forth on this myself. Thanks, boys, for the weekly distraction from the constant depression. Welcome to the club, Macro. Dustin, talk to me about this.
Yeah, so there's definitely a lot of Souls-like elements in Jedi Fallen Order. I think that's one of the things that I really liked about that game is that there was a lot of Souls in it. There was a lot of Uncharted in it. It felt like it pulled from a lot of different games and inspirations in really good and unique ways. I remember when I played it, which was a while ago now, so maybe my memory isn't serving me quite right, but I remember kind of wishing that it actually leaned in some of its Dark Souls elements even further. I remember, I think I was trying to make it feel more like Dark Souls and playing on a harder difficulty, but I ended up getting frustrated in not a Dark Souls type way, where I felt like the bosses weren't as well designed as a From Software boss to be playing on that level of difficulty. But I actually would say that of the Souls-like games, if you want to consider Jedi Fallen Order a Souls-like to some extent, is probably the one that I enjoyed the most, and why I'm so excited for a sequel to that game, because I think they laid a really great foundation, and I am excited to see what's next. It'll be interesting to see if they lean further into some of the Souls-like mechanics that they put into the game, or if we see it kind of go a different direction. But I hope that it does.
What do you think? Do you have anything to add to this, Chris?
I think it has enough Souls elements in it to be considered Souls-like for sure. I think that's fair, and I think I like it. I don't have a problem with Souls-likes actually. Like I think they're fine. Like I remember a friend of mine was telling me that the Surge was kind of good also, as kind of like a double A kind of attempt at it, but I never got around to it. But I tend to enjoy those games. I don't tend to finish them necessarily, but I do appreciate them and enjoy playing them for what it's worth.
Well, this next one's for you, Chris. It says, well, it's from Eleazar. It says, hey guys, question mainly for Chris, but anyone can answer. Is it time for Destiny 3? I know Bungie had mentioned that they have a multi-year plan for Destiny 2, but could this give them a chance for Destiny 3? You mentioned it's a game you love but can't recommend because it has a huge learning curve. A third game can make a fresh start and allow new people to jump in. Also allows for a new Destiny built with current gen tech in mind, no longer cross-gen, holding it back. So as I understand Destiny 2, first of all, it came out in 2017, right? And they're planning on maintaining it with new content through 2024, and presumably it'll just be playable after that. Will we get a Destiny 3, and is that something that you want?
I don't know. It's hard to say. I know Destiny as an IP is pretty big. It's valuable. It's part of me assumes that a Destiny 3 must happen at some point, just from a cynical standpoint of, we want a sequel to this thing and to cash in on it. But at the same time, I think Destiny 2's existence in the first place and the fact that it couldn't just remain Destiny kind of hurt it a little bit, because there were a lot of design decisions and there were a lot of evolutions to Destiny's core formula throughout the lifecycle of Destiny 1, and Destiny 1 started in a pretty rough place, but I would argue it ended in a really satisfying place. Like there was real RPG mechanics in there, and you could really be flexible with your builds, and it became something that was really satisfying to put your time into. And then Destiny 2 came out, and it kind of undid a lot of that because they were responding to fan feedback in the creation of Destiny 2 from Destiny 1's like review cycles. So it was actually streamlined like to hell, and like exotics where you were just getting exotics all the time and they had no value really. Everything was reined in as far as complexity goes, and that created a Destiny 2 or a Destiny experience that was way less satisfying than where Destiny 1 ended up at the end of its life cycle. And they kind of had to learn that lesson over again, where they're backtracking a lot, or they have backtracked a lot since Destiny 2's launch, where they're going back and doing the same kind of class customization that they had in D1 now, where you could like really mix and match and choose your build, and exotics matter more. And they've also learned a lot in the live service elements with seasons and seasonal story patches and stuff like that, and just dungeons and all this stuff. And Destiny 2 is in a really good place from a gameplay standpoint. And while I would selfishly be very, very interested in like a Destiny that was purely next gen, that wasn't held back at all, I can't help but feel that a refresh like that might be detrimental to the health of the game, and might even bring with it some dire unforeseen consequences in the form of, a potential reworking of a lot of the things that are working so well already. So, and I don't know, I think the live service element of it and the fact that it is available on multiple platforms is kind of what keeps it really accessible as it already is. It is a game that is hard to get into. It's got a lot of currencies. It's got a lot of management. It's got a lot of submenus. It's got a lot of narrative that you're probably in the dark about. But what keeps it engaging and what keeps it accessible as it is the fact that it's available on so many platforms, and the fact that it's available cross-gen. And I don't really see what Destiny in particular has to gain from technology that is only available in something like a PS5 or a Series X or a modern PC, because it's an internet dependent game. So your fast load times don't really mean much if you're still connecting to other players. I don't really see where the gameplay could really benefit from any new, you know what I mean? I feel like the framework of what Destiny is doesn't stand to benefit much from going purely exclusive to next generation consoles. Unless they entirely rework the game and turn it into some crazy, like wide open world MMO Monster Hunter type game, which at that point would not be what Destiny is. So I don't know. I don't expect a Destiny 3 at the end of Destiny 2's life cycle. I expect maybe Destiny 2 to kind of just evolve over time and maybe get passed on to maybe a legacy team that handles it while Bungie moves on to Matter or whatever it is they're working on after that. That could be also Destiny single player games. That could be Destiny games in different genres. I would love personally a Destiny tactics game. I think that'd be awesome. But
yeah, that'd be cool.
It'd be sick. I think it would work extra well. But as it stands right now, I would be surprised to see a Destiny 3, but I would also have been surprised to see Bungie acquired by Sony. So who the fuck knows at the end of the day.
Do you have anything to add, Dustin?
I think Chris covered it there. I don't know if there's anything I disagree with there or can add.
Fair enough. Let's move on to the next question. Nuclear Prostate wrote in and said, "Dear Sacred Sluts, I'll get straight to the point with this one. Jesus. Why the frick hasn't Sony rolled out Fat Princess again? Could it ever be done again? Thanks, and keep pounding that poultry." It's been a while since we've seen Fat Princess. The last Fat Princess game was Fat Princess, what was it, Adventures or whatever it was called. It was a multiplayer game on PS4 pretty early on in the PS4 lifecycle. I want to say it came out in 2014 or 2015. Fat Princess is legendary in PlayStation circles because it's such an amazing character and it is so offensive. It's amazing that they got away with doing it. For people that don't know, it was a multiplayer game on PS3 in which two teams of warriors were fighting over a princess, and the way that you got her to you would feed her and make her fatter and fatter and fatter and fatter and fatter so that she was harder and harder to move and kidnap. And there was like different classes you can play and stuff. It was awesome. It was a really fun game. And they brought it to PSP, and then she was a character in PlayStation All-Stars, and then obviously they did kind of the more child game. I question their ability to ever bring this back. I just don't think they're going to get away with it. We live in a world now, although we lived in a world then, but certainly we live in a world now where we've convinced obese people that it's not their fault that they're obese. And when we live in a world like that, like I have a gut. It's my own fault. It's math. Calories in, calories out. That's it. I know there are very few people that have these, these things wrong with them, but I think we live in a world of excuse making. People are going to get offended, and it's not even worth Sony pursuing Fat Princess, no matter how good of an idea it is, and it is a good idea, and no matter how funny it is, and it is funny. We live in a world that's just too sensitive to weight, and Fat Princess just couldn't roll out again, I don't think. Do you agree, Dustin?
Yeah, I don't think that Fat Princess exists anymore in 2022. How about this? I think that Fat Princess could exist if it wasn't Sony making it. I don't think this is a game that Sony can make anymore, and that sucks. But I just imagine there would just be too much backlash at this point.
Yeah, the remnants of the team that made Fat Princess as a second party ended up forming as Fun Bits, I think, and they made Escape Plan, which was an awesome game on Vita. Later came to PS4. What do you think, Chris? Do you think that we could see Fat Princess again?
I think if you want Fat Princess again, you can have Fat Princess again. I know we live in like a culture where like everybody's like offended by shit and like people complain a lot, but that doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? Like it matters in the sense that like, oh, people are mad on the internet and maybe that'll rile some people up. But I promise you, if Sony made a game, if Sony made Fat Princess 2, and there were a bunch of articles about it, and they just decided, we're going to make it anyway, and we're going to put it out, people would buy it, and people would play it, and people would love it, and it would be good, and it would be totally fine. I think a lot of the not cancel culture stuff specifically, because that's more about people, but like the idea of not being able to do something because people are going to complain about it is kind of, it's more of a self-fulfilling prophecy than I think we think it is. And I think we can't make something because people will complain about it is the wrong attitude. I think the attitude is people will complain about it, so what? I think that's the attitude that I think we would benefit more from. I think it's why I think it's so cool that we're getting shit like 6 Days in Fallujah at all, even if we don't know how the hell that's going to turn out quality wise. But the fact that it exists as a premise is interesting and intriguing and cool, and I support it as it exists. And I don't know. Fat Princess is just so dumb that like for anyone to take it seriously would almost be their fault, And I can't help but feel like we are creatively stun locked by a hypothetical fear that upsetting people is the worst thing that we can do. And it just bothers me that that's the case. It bothers me that you're probably right. We're not going to get a Fat Princess because Sony is afraid that people will complain. But what bothers me even more is that people will complain and it wouldn't matter. And we're still not getting it.
Yeah, it's funny because you could predict the whole arc. People would complain. I could write the articles right now that people would have written while we saw Fat Princess back in the PS3 era as what it was. Like it was exactly what it was. It was just supposed to be facetious. And I love what you said about kind of us psyching ourselves into the situation, but I can't blame any company at the same time for just being wary of these fucking psychopaths, and it's no offense to obese people and fat people. I don't know if I'm overweight or not, but I work out every day, but I eat like shit. I have a gut. The only reason I work out is to not be fat. And I don't do it out of any other passion. It's just like, it's the balance I have to bring in. And you can be as heavy or as light as you want, but that, again, it comes back to this. It's a choice. And I just feel like it does suck. It's the same reason why remember when HBO was experimenting with the idea or playing around developing the idea of a show in which the Confederacy either won or survived the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
And that sounded awesome. And people were like, what the hell are you talking about? Slavery and stuff. And I'm like, guys, it's fiction. what if the South won the Civil War is like one of the most famous alternate history premises ever, probably explored like hundreds of times.
Yeah, we have so many, like, what if the Nazis won?
Right, exactly. And for some reason that was just and that robbed us of this really cool idea. Very similar to a book I really like called Underground Airlines, in which 4 states in the modern era still have slavery. It's an amazing book because it's fucked up. And so I agree with you. I hope that if there's a need for Fat Princess, then bring it back. But I really have a hard time believing that they will be able to pitch that game. And because it's a Sony controlled IP, it's dead. You know.
Well, tell you what, some studio out there, if you're listening, make a game just obese wench. And just the same exact premise, just steal it entirely. And if Sony sues you, that means they want it.
Obese heiress, they should call it.
Yeah, obese heiress.
Jack Virgin wrote in and said, "Hey boys, not so much a question, but a comment that I hope might spark some dialogue. Last week, a listener wrote into the show about the unsustainable business model, apparently, of Game Pass, given Xbox's nonsensical value proposition. One key point needs to be put in front and center of this topic of Netflix-like game subscription models, microtransactions. It is often said that companies such as PlayStation and Xbox sell hardware at a loss to make up for it with software sales. What do you say to the notion that the burden of being profitable has now been passed on from upfront software sales down to the microtransactions therein? Xbox doesn't make money off of Game Pass, but they make up for it with the whales that spend thousands on gun skins in Call of Duty and cat ears in Halo Infinite." It's an interesting point. And Chris, this really bothers me if this is the explanation, because I feel like microtransactions don't belong microtransactions don't belong in paid games or in Game Pass games. Microtransactions were designed to sustain free games. This is what I'm talking about the mirroring of all this fucked up economic principle set by Apple on iPhone that we're now going to have to live and die by. As I said, people that were on iPhone early will remember that you used to pay real money for things, and then suddenly you didn't. And that was the responsibility of a few people and everything getting drawn down. I wondered, do you think that maybe Game Pass becomes sustainable because it will be supported by microtransactions? And if that's the case, don't people have a right to be offended by that? Because it's gratuitous, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that's I think that's probably true. It's weird. I feel like it depends on the implementation, because I've spent a decent amount of time in the Xbox ecosystem, and I know how Game Pass games are typically monetized. I've seen specifically in Gears 5, like the multiplayer monetization for that is egregious, and it's insane. Like way beyond anything that you would expect for something like Gears, which is kind of on the back foot as far as Microsoft's most relevant IP. When I see it in that game, it's really off-putting and really offensive. In a free-to-play game like Halo Infinite, though, where it's not nearly as egregious, even in comparable situations, it's hard for me to get super upset about it. And but I don't know. That could be just like a lot of bias as well, and also just the fact that the core game is fun, doesn't hurt either. I do think it's worth being concerned about it. I do think, like, you don't want to be playing Hellblade 2 and then have that for some reason you got to pay you got to buy I don't know, chapter points to progress in the story or whatever the fuck. Like, the second it gets to that point where it's like, this is fucked. This is like really, really not good. But if the business model is to remain as it is right now, I'm not too annoyed by it, because it seems like there seems to be a healthy enough divide between, what they're charging you for and how disruptive it is to the actual experience. But that can change in like a day. I talk about often how sad I was when Crash Team Racing just like plunged microtransactions into the game, like way after the review period, out of nowhere, even though it was very clearly obvious that was coming with the way that storefront looked like an iPhone store. And that's not even a free to play game. That's not even a free to play. That's a $60 game that wasn't on Game Pass that looked like an iPhone game when you went into the monetization aspect of it. So it's a fucking mess, but this is the world now.
Yeah, it is. And I agree that I'm so not touched by any of this stuff. Again, it's the Neo stuff where I'm like, I don't care. whale each other out. I'm happy to. Sounds like I'm telling you guys that. Whoa, sounds like I'm telling you to fuck people. I mean, do what you want, but
whale me out, baby.
Whale me out.
Let's go.
Well, Dustin, let's keep it to you then. I mean, what do you think about this? I find people's willingness to try to talk about why subscription models will work is funny to me in some way. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But it's funny how people like just want to jump through hoops to prove that this thing will work. And one of the ways that it'll be sustainable is by just milking people another way, just like Netflix does, right? No. Just like Hulu does, right? No. Right? Like it's like so like now the subscription model will work for games, but only if we augment it. It's like, okay, what do you think of this?
Yeah, there's an argument that could be made that, well, if the microtransactions are done correctly or in the interest of the consumer, then somebody can subscribe to Game Pass, they can play Halo Infinite, and they can even enjoy the multiplayer and have a really great experience without having to spend any additional money. And the people that do spend the money, hopefully when they do, feel like it was worth the additional expense and that it felt like it was something on top of that was worthwhile in addition to their Game Pass subscription. So I'm not quite as familiar with what Xbox has done with their microtransactions. I will say from a personal level, there was a point where this isn't a microtransaction, but I wanted to check out the Lego Forza Horizon stuff, and you just can't on Game Pass. You have to pay for it. And I thought, well, that's kind of annoying. I thought that Game Pass got me everything, but apparently it does not entitle you to major DLC expansions. And I guess that is probably the concern that I would have, is that if you start to see these games become smaller and then incorporate more and more paid DLC in order, as like, oh, well, you got the base experience, and now in order to flesh it out, you got to pay for XYZ. I don't think there's anything that we can accuse and point to for that right now, but
not yet. No,
it's definitely something to be concerned about a possibility of happening.
Yeah, it's weird. It's definitely new and strange, but like I can't help but like always defaulting to this thought of if Bobby Kotick's like rich freak children want to subsidize like 1 million people's ability to play a really great game and that not have a deficit on the overall experience, then I'm totally fine with that. Like if Halo Infinite exists as a game and it's like very, very good and very competent and very fun and it's a genuinely good experience, and that is free because some rich guy's kid is able to spend fucking, I don't know, $250 a day on fucking random skins because for some reason he's that irresponsible. No skin off my nose,
Hey, pardon the pun.
But the problem I think will only really manifest the second that the experience itself hinges on monetary contribution, and we'll see how long that takes.
Well, let's expand this a little bit. Expert B wrote in, said, "Hey CDC, last episode you guys couldn't see how Game Pass can be profitable while releasing a AAA game each month. Game Pass already has over 25 million subscribers right now without those monthly games. Now imagine once 2024 rolls around and Xbox studios are ready to release their games at said monthly cycles. Xbox Game Pass will easily reach the 100 million goal in a few years after that. Now, 100 million at $10 minimum is $12 billion a year. So it's easy to see how you can fund 12 AAA games a year as well as secure third-party deals. Of course, this doesn't even include retail and digital sales. I can't even begin to tell you how many things are wrong with this. But thank you for writing in. I appreciate that. And we want to have, obviously, all sorts of honest conversations. Now, Game Pass is at 25 million subscribers. It took them almost 5 years to get to that number. Somehow, in 2 years, you think that they're going to roll to 100 million subscribers. Each of those subscribers will pay a minimum of $10. There's no way Game Pass will cost $10 if and when they scale to this, a AAA game a month. And I think your money is just totally off. Do you know how much? I wonder if you guys know. Do you know how much money Netflix spent in 2021 on original content?
Was it like a several billion?
For original content, it was $5 billion. for securing the rights to other things, $12 billion for $17 billion total. Those are for 90-minute movies, miniseries of 6 episodes, documentaries, all sorts of shit. In what universe is Microsoft going to get off paying less than that for a full-fledged Netflix style offering? Not like it is now, but something much more expansive and permanent. I just wanted to throw this in, not to beat up on you, Expert B. I appreciate you writing in, but there is no guarantee that Xbox will ever reach anywhere near 100 million subscribers. In fact, I think that is a number, if you told them, that would be like, oh my God, we have won everything if we reach 100 million subscribers. And it's going to, and the scale will be necessary. But don't underestimate how expensive it is to make games. And don't underestimate how much money it is to license what is on Game Pass, which is the bigger expense. And I don't think people are thinking about that either. Yeah, you're going to get your 100, 150, $200 million games from Xbox Studios, but they're paying that much for games too. I mean, what do you think? Outriders cost them nothing?
Yeah.
I mean, you think they paid Turtle Rock nothing for Back 4 Blood? These could be $50, $100 million deals or more. I mean, what do you think the show costs? Now multiply this out by 1,000 games or 2,000 games or 3,000 games every year that you have on your service. And now all of them are going to demand that much money. We want to get Lilymo games on our service. We're obviously not going to get millions of dollars for that. But I imagine we would get tens of thousands of dollars for that. Now, even if you multiply that at the bottom end, and then you go work your way all the way up, I don't see it. That's why I'm dubious of this. And that's why a lot of people are skeptical of this at other companies, because they just don't believe it. And as much as everyone hears, well, developers like Game Pass, you're only hearing from the developers that are on Game Pass that like it. There are plenty of developers that don't. I'm not saying it's going to work or it's not going to work. I don't know. But I think people think that there's this linear and quick math equation that you can write that's going to make Game Pass work. And you're wrong. It's so much more complicated. And you said, of course, this doesn't even include retail or digital sales, but you're not looking at it the right way, Expert B. There will be no retail or digital sales. You think that Game Pass is not going to just subsume everything around it? So that's the only, see, Microsoft is making a move where it's like, we're going to have one bucket where money comes in, just like Netflix. And that's scary. So I disagree with the premise completely. James O'Halloran wrote in and said, hey guys, this is the final question. He says, last week, as I fixed my niece's Joy-Con drift issues, I booted up the Minecraft game that was loaded onto her system to test it out. To my surprise, on the title screen in yellow text was a slogan saying to be anti-racist. I rebooted the system to be greeted with another slogan telling her to educate her friends on BLM and to be a better ally. I follow a lot of gaming channels and never heard this spoken about once. I feel that politics shouldn't be removed from games, but strongly disagree that such ideological perspectives be presented to children in their block building game. Would love to hear your guys' take on this. I totally agree. It seems to me to be the case that there are some people in entertainment, some people in education, some people in other places that you look at their platform as the platform to get anything they want to say out to the public, no matter if it's relevant to what they're doing or not. And sometimes you see this and it's a little more questionable than others. Like you see end racism on the back of NFL helmets and I'm like, all right, that's fine, whatever. But I have a problem with ideology being foisted upon people, not part of fiction or part of a storytelling device, but being like, this is just what we do. And I feel like a lot of parents don't know what's happening. And I feel like in the United States, you're seeing a lot of backlash to this in classrooms. I mean, unfortunately, my sister, well, not unfortunately, it's a great profession and it's important, but my sisters are both teachers. My mom was an educator. My sister-in-law and my brother-in-law is a principal. Who's actually the head of our county's middle schools. So I have lots of educators in my family. And I was talking to them recently, some of them at a family event, and I was like, you guys have to know that educators are looked at probably worse than ever right now in the modern United States. And they didn't know that because they're kind of in their little bubble, but certainly that's true. You just have to read polling and just read everything. Just here in Virginia, what happened with our governor had everything to do with teachers and education, I think. And I'm only bringing this up because I feel like it seems a little bit sinister to put political ideological messages in Minecraft where no parent is ever going to look. And it seems innocent enough to say like be anti-racist. I'm like, okay, of course. But of course, these things all have an ideological position. And I have a special problem with BLM being used because, of course, in the lowercase, Black Lives Matter, of course. But BLM, if you just are literate and can read, is an organization that for several years now has been under serious siege as far as its finances, the character and quality of their founders, what they've done with millions and millions of dollars. It just ties people up into these things unnecessarily. Why even open up your platform to that? So you can have some ideological message that you want to send to an 8-year-old. I don't like that shit. So as much as I'm into politics being in games, I agree with you, James. I think that that's a step too far. I wonder, Chris, if you agree or disagree.
Yeah, I don't know. It bothers me just because I think like, why is it relevant? But at the same time, it looks like, hey, they have a platform and they're going to use it how they want to, in the same way that if Joe Rogan wants to go around being like, hey, fucking, I don't know if you should get the fucking, I'm not going to get the fucking vaccine. Who needs it? You know, maybe take horse medicine or whatever. And by the way, I understand that that's like kind of like a straw man, by the way. But I don't know. I think you should be able to do whatever you want with your platform. And it's weird that they're doing it in Minecraft. I'd imagine most people are probably skipping way the hell through those things the same way that I do every time I log into Destiny, and they're like, fucking new events happening. Like, cool. Let me play the game. I don't imagine 8-year-olds are sitting there genuinely reading like, I wonder what BLM is about. I'm real curious. I don't think they're fucking doing that. And it's, I don't know. It's one of those issues where they're allowed to do it and they should be, but do you really have to? Like, do you, like, I don't know. I wouldn't do it. You know, if I had a game that was that popular, I don't know if I would be going around being like, hey, it's my responsibility to tell you how to think or present to you my personal viewpoints on things. I've made a game and I want you to play it. I have the right to do this. I have the right to just sort of put a message up saying, vote for Bernie or whatever the hell. But I don't see how that would benefit me, my company, or my game in doing that. And so the decision making behind it, I question. It could be worse. I'm glad it's not like, welcome to Minecraft. Fuck white people.
Right. Well, because it's
like, it could.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You know what I mean? No, that's
well. What I was gonna say was, it's one of those situations where it's like you put Black Lives Matter in front of someone and you're like, well, I dare you to say something against Black Lives Matter. But and it's like, of course, in the main, Black Lives Matter. But then you can't say like, well, don't all lives matter, because then that turns into this whole thing and this whole meme. And then it's like, why can't we just say like, treat everyone with respect or be nice to people? And Dustin, I guess the point I'm bringing up with BLM specifically is when you bring up a term like that, it comes with loaded stuff. I mean, BLM as an organization is delinquent on its taxes, has had its collection of monies suspended in multiple states. It's being sued or pursued by California and Washington and other states. Its owners or its founders are all living in these stately mansions, clearly from money, or seemingly, I guess I should say, from money brought from this organization. So my point is that when you introduce that stuff, it comes with all of the baggage. That's why you need to be as inclusive as possible. And the inclusive way to deliver a so-called anti-racist message is just to say to treat everyone with respect, irrespective of who they are. You don't have to say BLM and showcase your I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, go on.
So no, the thing about the Black Lives Matter thing is that anyone who says that it doesn't, like, the lowercase Black Lives Matter, everyone can agree with, but there is an official organization. It's like when people are like, oh, my grandpa was Antifa too. He fought in World War II. It's like, shut the fuck up. Yeah. You know exactly what people are talking about.
Your grandfather would have taken the butt of his M1 Garand and hit you over the fucking skull with it. Just so you know.
So I guess, we always say like Minecraft, they're owned by Microsoft, but they can do whatever they want. If they want to put stuff like that at the beginning of their game, cool, whatever. You as the consumer can choose whether or not that's a deal breaker for you. I would argue that Minecraft, they can have their cake and eat it too. For example, I was just looking to see what their other splash screens are, and one of them says, I'm not fully verified on this, but I'm reading Reddit. It says, speak out against injustice and up for equality. Cool. I think that's if you want to put these types of messages at the top, then that's perfectly fine thing to say. I think it's a great thing to say. Speak out against injustice and up for equality. Cool.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is like, I guess the idea is that if you put these messages in the splash screen, that it might make someone curious about that. But it's also at the same time, it's like, oh man, this guy was going to commit a hate crime, and then he played Minecraft and he saw that splash screen and decided not to.
That's the thing, is that I think it's total. I think it's okay to be relatively indifferent, where it's just, who are you really going to convince with this? You're just creating more issues. And the word I was looking for before was virtue, like signaling, BLM, signaling your virtue, and it's challenging you to say like, well, I dare you, you racist, I dare you, you bigot. And it's just like, well, when I see things like, be a better ally, it's like, stop telling me what the fuck to do. I'm sick of everyone being in my mind. Like, you don't need to inject yourself into everything. When people turn on Minecraft, and sometimes when you do personality driven stuff like this, our politics seep into the show. But the point is that we're not telling you that there is a thing where we don't start off every episode of Sacred Symbols and be like, and God and justice for all, and let's do the Pledge of Allegiance, and it's like
taxation is theft,
right? It's like, what? It has nothing to do with anything. Of course, it's going to paint what we are our views, but I find very pernicious and scary this insistence by a small group of people in many different places of just shoving their bullshit into everyone's face on a constant basis, where you cannot escape it. You can't watch football, you can't watch a movie, can't watch TV, can't play a video game, can't read anything. And I think a lot of people are over it. And needs to be said. Anyway, that's 4+ hours. It is time to go. Chris, do you have any closing comments?
No, man. I should really eat. I should really fucking eat.
For death.
Well, I'm in LA. In fairness, I am in LA, and I woke up, I walked out, I rolled out of bed at like 9:40 and like got everything set up to record. So I just, it's not like I'm recording this at 1 like we usually do on the East Coast, and I haven't eaten like a psychopath. But I don't know. I just want everybody to just calm the fuck down. Would be my message. Just
agreed.
Just ease up a little bit. You don't gotta be up everybody's ass all the time.
Be a better ally, Chris. I'm sick of hearing your voice.
No. Make Fat Princess 2.
I know. Stop being fat phobic and make Fat Princess 2. Dustin, closing comments.
There you go.
Closing comments. I have a lot to consider, a lot of self-reflection, as I did at the end of last episode when I verbally assaulted Chris's attire, his shirt, and now I'm have to think about this whole Joker arc that I've been on. It may have some positives. Maybe this is something I need to lean into further. Maybe it's something I need to scale back. Maybe I need a new angle. There's just there's too many things to consider, and so I'll be doing a lot of self-reflection over the next week.
Well, good to hear. Thank you, boys, for your dedication, time. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of all things Last Stand Media, Sacred Symbols. Hope you enjoyed the episode. We'll see you next time. Remember, patreon.com/laststandmedia. We'll see you live for Beyond, or I just almost said Beyond 200 for Sacred Symbols. Well, that was the first 200 we ever did. I'll see you live for, I almost said it again, for Sacred Symbols 200. I still have my PlayStation 3 with the Beyond 200 logo on it too, so maybe that's why it's distracting, since I see it every fucking day. But that, of course, is the inspiration for the show. So, okay, that's it. See you at the show. See you next time. See you on Patreon. See you on Discord, etc. Goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.